Alright, let's see if it actually works this time. That would be really nice. Let's see. Seems more stable than it was. Well, let's hope it works. Oh, no, it's getting shitty again. I'm trying to watch it like on Twitch to see if it stutters. I don't know, I didn't see it stutter again. I don't know if we're all good. Yeah, I hope. I thought I saw it stuttering again though. It was stuttering so bad that it was just disconnecting. So maybe it's okay? I don't know. I'm watching the starting soon text to see if I see any like frame skips on it, because that's a good tell if it's doing it or not. I guess we'll try it. I don't know. Alright. I know the countdown's gonna end by the time I get this tweet and stuff out, but I didn't want to send it out unless I knew it was gonna be okay. I think it's okay. It's solid. Alright. Alright, let me let me set out the notification again then. I really don't know why, but I think it's just, I think the new version of XSplit is just bugged. I've not had any good luck with it so far. Okay. Let's get rid of that. If I could type. Great. Okay. And of course, if you copy text, only 15 skipped frames in a video stats. Wait, how do you tell that? XSplit's acting funny though on the side. I have a feeling it's gonna bomb like midstream. It really doesn't look like it's gonna work. I don't know. If it's a little skippy, I guess whatever. I really don't know what else to do to fix it other than to like uninstall every piece of software and reinstall it, and I do not have time for that. So we're not gonna do that. I guess we're just gonna run with it. Click the gear on Twitch and look at the advanced stats. Shit, I already closed the tab. Go to the gear and look at advanced video stats. Well, look at that. Okay, since I just opened the tab, oh, there's a skip frame. Yeah, so it's still happening. It's just not happening enough to just drop the stream entirely. I guess I can deal with that. I guess that's okay. Yeah, there's another one. So there's like one every 30 seconds. Okay, so you're getting 58 frames a second, right? Not too bad. Yeah, I don't know. I guess as long as it doesn't drop it, it's fine. That probably shouldn't kill the stream, but I don't know. If it gets all fucky, then I guess we'll have to reevaluate, but I think we're okay for now. It's enough to keep going. Alright, Did I send? I did not send the deployed. Oh, sick. For real this time. Boink. Okay. I think we're okay. I guess I'll close that. That's cool though. Thank you for that tip. I didn't know didn't know they gave you stats like that on your streams. That's pretty cool. Okay, alright. Windows are open. Everything should be okay. Okay, alright. Oh well, welcome to Game Dev Scrubs. The the only stream in the universe with this many problems. So how about that? There we go. Anyway, Cactus. I feel like relaxing today after my blood pressure just skyrocketed over this stream. I guess it's not working out too well, huh? Same as the stats for nerds on YouTube. Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew about that one. I guess I didn't even really think about utilizing that, but that's a good idea. I don't know if it gives you any like detailed stream stats necessarily. I guess it would. Like, why wouldn't it, right? I mean, the YouTube engineers themselves would wanna. Oh, I don't want to do a campaign. Yeah. Anyway, I just thought maybe I'd relax a little bit today after all the hard physical labor. Let's start with Daily Drive. Daily Drive is pretty cool. It's a randomized level. Every day there's a new one, and they put a leaderboard on it, and you only get one shot at it, so it's kind of like a one-hit wonder kind of deal. You get in, and that's it. You get your one shot to get as far as you can, and then they do the leaderboard on that per day. So it's actually really nice. It's a pretty cool. Uh-oh. Don't want to get too close to that thing. Some of these are pretty hard too. I should have picked up. I don't like stages with the rotating shit. Okay, good, it went away. I was gonna say I should have picked up the speed boost. To which I will now. There we go. Now I can maneuver much. What helps me line up my shots in a pinch.
I can do this. Battery over here. Weapon max. Accelerate extended.
I've come to appreciate the speed boost more than almost any other power up. There comes a point after you've played this game long enough that you realize that shutdown is, while it looks like the most OP power up, it's actually probably the worst one. Because it only stops everything in your immediate vicinity, but it doesn't last, right? So you get the problem of, yeah, it worked, you know, for everything around you. And in some cases, you know, there's enough stuff around you to justify using it. But in other cases, it's kind of like, if you pick up any of the other power-ups, they'll last so much longer that they're way more effective in the long run. Oh, I got too close. I thought maybe I could get it and get out of there before he could get me, but that is not true. So I don't use it quite as much as I used to. If you can get a speed up and a power, like a firepower boost, like that's the good shit right there. I feel like the speed up is really good if you're trying to get back after a death, because it gives you the opportunity to gather the items quicker. And it's probably going to change by the time I get to it, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, in this case, the shutdown's not terrible. It does let me get through this phase a little quicker. But ideally, I probably should have waited for the power up, or the firepower up. Oop. Shutdowns for combo management? Yeah, that's true. I guess it depends. If you're looking for a score, shutdown can be really good. If you're looking for survival, then probably not as long lasting as the other ones. But I do like how everything feels distinctly overpowered in some ways, where it's like, oh, it's not a speed boost where you're like, where it's like, oh, it's like 10% faster or like 15% faster. It's like, no, it's like 2.5 times faster. Like, it's a real power up. Like, it lives up to the name. Like, the firepower too is really helpful. Like, I wouldn't say that they're overpowered given like how the game is, but it really makes you feel like, oh shit, yeah, like, you know, like you've got something really important. You really feel like you can turn the tides with it, and then they are very effective for what they do. You know, the first time I saw Shutdown, I'm like, they seriously just let you stop every single enemy and hit the double damage on them? Like, what the fuck? Like, are they sure? And then, you know, after a while, it's like, no, I get it. But, you know, you get to the point where you're not really sure if it's OP or not. But you definitely wish you had them when you don't in some situations. I am doing very poorly here. Nope, I'm not gonna make it. I can't revive fast enough. Alright, well, now that I thoroughly failed that. Oh no. Wait, I still made number 2? I guess nobody was playing today. You get the star if you finished it. That's the first daily drive I've not completed in like years maybe. So we're off to a great start. I don't know, it's alright. I don't know if I like that color. I got some colors for some of the characters. I'm surprised I don't have corals yet. Hers is cool, Sarge is cool. This reminds me of what Sigma looks like in X8. And maybe that was the idea. But it looks really neat. I'm not very good with Starch anymore. She used to be like the best character, but Scrub makes his mark. Yeah, unfortunately. I don't use this character or this one. This one's good, but I don't use her. Not my kind of style. But Peanut.
All right.
Yeah, we can do Peanut. Peanut's my favorite. I usually have to warm up first before I use her. So I was hoping the infinity or the daily drive would have done for me. The drill is in my opinion, the drill is unmatched in terms of secondary weapons. The fact that it's got an assload of iframes. If you catch something in front of you, it's a shield, and it just oops. Okay, I have to pay attention, hold on. And it just catches and it insta-kills everything like that. It's too good. And we're off to a great start. I'm already dying. Hey, at least if I'm gonna die in the first 30 seconds is probably the best case scenario. She's got high damage, not super high range, but the fact that the drill can get you from one side of the map to the other in like a second or less, kind of makes up for that. So, yeah. Okay, here we go. That's what I'm looking for. Let's get some power-ups that are going to do some work for me here.
Weapon max. Battery up.
Yep, and that's the problem. If you get around a thing, she can't really shoot.
Firepower.
Plunk. I do like the bounce back. The fact that you can bounce off the wall after the kill to get back in makes her totally viable. Without that, I don't know if she would be viable. I think she would move herself so far away from the action that it wouldn't...
Battery over here.
You'd like drop every combo just even attempting to do it. But the fact that you bounce back with such velocity is so good.
Battery here. Accelerate.
Yeah, I don't think anything in this game was made by mistake. There's definitely a lot of thought behind this stuff. Oh, I dropped that, but that's alright.
Battery
I mean, score can be a good indication of how good you're doing in this particular mode, but I can't get to the end yet, so I don't know. I don't know if it even loops. I don't know if it even ends. I've only gotten up to the third boss. Shit. Oh, this is not going well. I've only gotten up to the third boss on this. And I'm assuming that every single boss appears.
accelerate.
So I don't know if this ends. I don't know if it loops. It's called Infinity Drive, but I mean, with as long as it is, it doesn't need to be infinite. I mean, on the Switch version, I've cracked the top 100 on the leaderboards before, and that's only at the third boss. So it's like, okay, so how?
Battery over here.
Obviously, like, almost nobody's seen the end of it, if there is an end to it. So I really don't know. I mean, I kind of assume just based on the name that it loops, but if I could at least get through all the bosses, I could personally feel that I've finished this mode. You know what I mean? If you could make one successful loop on it, I think that you pretty much you've beaten the mode, so to speak. You know, as unbeatable as it could be. But I don't know. Maybe I'll never know. Like, it gets really, really, really hard once you get to like level 25. I guess layer, they call them layer, right? Once you get to layer 25, like, shit really gets fucking real. Like, it just goes crazy hard.
Battery over here.
Give me that one.
Car extended.
Want that one.
Shut down. Battery up.
Shit. I thought he'd die by the time I get to him. I guess I should have warmed up a little more than this. Yeah, this was an alright use of shutdown, because there was a lot of guys.
Battery over here. Shut down.
The other thing I've been doing lately is using the drill to get through mines. You can activate the mine and get away before they explode on you. If you're at top speed, which is really, really helpful.
Battery up. Accelerate.
Yeah. Oh, twofer.
Clear parts, anyone?
There we go.
Accelerate extended. Battery here.
Oop, 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 oop. Too many hot shots here.
Fire car.
A little chip damage adds up. Yeah, and there. Ran into it.
Battery up. Fire car.
Yeah, see, the iframes on it are so good.
Accelerate.
There we go. I think Accelerate does really good for Peanut.
Battery here.
Oh, that was not the angle I wanted. Nor was that one, but that's okay. I did get the battery. There, that's kind of what I wanted out of that. And it was...
Battery over here. Shut down. Battery up. Shut down. Battery over here. Shut down. Battery over here.
Oh yeah, shutdown's good for bosses, by the way. That's actually the best application for it, especially because of the double damage.
Fire car.
Especially because of the double damage. There, dismantled him pretty thoroughly. I was happy with that little bit there. That was all right.
Battery up. Firepower.
Yeah, coupling the double damage with the drill, which does massive damage on its own, is enough to pretty much end a phase.
Battery over here.
I'm just gonna wait for it.
Firepower. I'm liking this. Battery here. Firepower
Yeah,
extended.
firepower for this part's good. Get rid of all those guys pretty quick.
Firepower extended. Battery over here. Shut down.
I didn't really mean to get the shutdown there. Work out all right.
Firepower extended.
The other thing I like about the firepower is even when you're using your secondary weapons, it does not stop firing.
Battery here.
It will just keep going. So when you've got the drill out, or switching to the drill, you don't have to stop firing to switch. Because the switch is rather slow. So like that entire time you're not firing. Oh, oops. I wanted to wait for that. That's right.
Battery up.
It's good to use the drill to activate a power-up that you want to get to but can't walk over to, or a battery to get it to follow you. Even if you don't do a ton of damage on the way through, it's still a great tactic. I hate when the stage starts moving. That's the part I get screwed up the most on.
Shut down.
We can use the shutdown here. That was getting a little nuts.
Firepower extended. Weapon max. Battery up. Accelerate. Accelerate extended.
That's what I want.
Batch down. Battery over here. Shut down. Is that all you've got? Firepower. Shut down. Battery up. Shut down. Battery here. Shut down.
Alright.
Firepower.
That's one I really want right here.
Battery up.
There. You do have to watch out if you don't have anyone in front of you, you're not carrying anybody, you can run into bullets and take damage.
Battery here.
That's the risk with using the drill. You can't just YOLO it all the time because you will just run into something and you'll eat it.
Firepower extended. Battery over here.
Okay, and that just gets me to the other side.
Shut down.
I will shut these guys down. That I wanted the wing off of that to change on me. I do like that you can wait for the power up to change. It's one of the better features going on here. Ooh, dicey.
Battery over here.
We're only on layer 12.
Firepower extended. Shut down.
That was a mistake. It's only one. Oop,
Battery here.
aim's a little off there. Shutdown's a waste on these little guys.
Another batch down. Firepower.
You want something else. Oop. Shutdown's good for mines. You don't want to deal with them or dodge them. You can do pretty good that way. Okay, that was a decent use of shutdown there. There was a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, look at the speed. Who's playing RPGs? We ain't playing RPGs here.
Battery here. Shut down. Shut
Oh,
down.
I didn't mean to get that one. Yeah, we're not even on the second boss yet. See where it gets a bit difficult
Battery over here.
to progress. Nope, that was not good. Not good. Get me out. Whee! Yeah, that'll get you out. Certain angles you can just fly.
Battery up. Accelerate.
I thought there was a guy down. You can see who's in your peripheral. You'll see little icons at the edge of the screen. They're really nice. Sometimes I see the little power-up things. I keep thinking that they're little birds. They're not. They're little orbs with like 2 dots on each side, but they look like birds to me.
Accelerate.
It's like you're thinking they're birds. I thought for the longest time they're just little chicken power-ups, I guess. I don't know. That's fine by me. I'm the chicken man anyways.
Power extended.
I'll always think of them as birds.
Power extended.
The squids are showing up regularly now. Squids are or jellyfish. I keep calling them squids.
Shut down. Battery over here.
I'm gonna get rid of that. That's the most annoying one, the lasers. Always get rid of the lasers first. They will make your life hell. They pretty much insta-kill if they touch you. You're not making it out. I mean, you can sidestep, you know, switch weapon iframe on them, but yeah, good luck. Shit. Yeah, the lockdown's only good every other phase with this one because you can't damage her directly. Damn it! Well, that fucked that up. Man, I had the good power up for her too. The mobility is really good for her. She just got shit going everywhere.
Battery here.
My pain's getting scratched.
Peanut's pretty good at this boss because Peanut can get in and out of the bullshit at will. She can just be like, nope, I'm out. Ah, sometimes you get trapped though. There we go. I'll take that. That'll work. And her main weapon is pretty effective at stopping the little shits.
Power extended.
Need battery.
Battery over here.
Protect me.
I'm liking this. Is that all you've got? Battery up.
I will permit you
Oop,
no
I missed the power up. There it
Accelerate.
is. Oh, that's right. I was hoping it would change to the speed one anyway. Yeah, she's a little rough. You get too close to her, she'll insta-kill you. All those little red discs will insta-kill you. Yeah, it's... I hate when the lasers are in the middle because I can't drill them. Gotta waste time sitting there. Eh, that was kind of a waste. I always prioritize turrets,
Accelerate.
because between them and other enemies at once, they can usually get a bit overwhelming. There we go.
Accelerate extended.
I feel like I'm catching it now, baby.
Battery here. Firepower.
Oh, there we go. That's the one I want. There, take out that damn laser. Another one.
Accelerate.
Where is he? Where is he? Oh, I see the icon.
Battery over here. Accelerate extended. Shut down.
Yep, I'll take it. Just to get rid of that laser. Nope, I wanted to go through. That's great.
Firepower. Battery up.
There we go, baby. That's the power up I need for these little flies. Takes them right out.
Shut down. Battery here.
There we go. Can't overuse it though. Will drain on you.
Firepower. Firepower extended. Battery over here. Shut down. Accelerate.
Go. Laser.
Shut down.
Take him out.
Battery here. Firepower.
Ah, I wanted the wings. Oh. At least the spinning stopped.
Battery up.
I'll usually prioritize wings and spinning areas because of just the annoyance of it. Ah, I'll just take it.
Battery over here.
Get rid of that laser.
Firepower. Firepower extended. Battery up.
I will take it to stop the turrets and the jellyfish, except he didn't get through. He must have showed up just after. Jellyfish are pretty much drill on sight
Accelerate extended.
because they're very, very tough. You do have to be careful. I think they can knock you out of drill if they are shooting
Shut down.
their missiles. I don't remember exactly.
Is that all you've got? Firepower. Battery up.
That'll do it.
Spare parts, anyone?
Yeah, you see how tough them jellyfish are.
Firepower extended. Battery
Yep,
here.
let that one turn into wings. There we go. Give me a little breathing room here.
Shut down.
Ooh, twofer. I like it.
Battery over here.
Oh no, I wanted wings. That's fine. It's not the worst.
Firepower.
You gotta be careful with these guys too. They're little
Accelerate.
mini volcanoes, whatever the hell they shoot out. They will, if you hit that with your drill, you're done. It'll just insta-kill.
Shut down.
I'll happily take the shutdown to get rid of these red giant doggos. These Clifford the giant fucking dogs.
Battery over here.
I want that to stop these damn mines.
Firepower. I'm liking this. Accelerate. Battery up. Firepower.
Oop, that was a miss. I went for the turret.
Battery here.
Ooh, that worked. I will take it.
Accelerate. Extended.
Big bomb's showing up now pretty frequently. Oh, that was lucky. I went through the laser so fast, it almost killed me, but not quite. Oh, I ran out of laser or drill power, and I just committed to it without thinking.
Accelerate. Battery over here. Firepower. Weapon
Oh,
down.
ran out of drill. There we go. It's back.
Here.
Ugh. Be careful.
Firepower.
'Cause if you don't have drill, you cannot do your iframe
Accelerate.
maneuver, which is your weapon swap.
Firepower extended.
If you run out of, if your cooldown is too high, you cannot do it.
Firepower extended.
And so you can get pretty screwed in a situation if you're expecting it to come out and it doesn't. Okay, I'll take it there. Shit was kind of getting a little wacky.
Battery here.
Uh-oh. Ooh, that was close. I nullified most of the damage, but it did almost take me out.
Shut down. Spare part.
For a run-in with a grenade, that's a pretty
Battery over.
alright result. Oh shit. I got too close to that one. Wasn't thinking. Because he was,
Accelerate.
there we-
Another batch down.
he was,
Firepower.
he was locked down, so I didn't really occur to me that it was still a threat, but they will explode.
Accelerate. Extended. Battery here. Firepower. Accelerate. Extended. Firepower extended. Battery over here. Is that all you've got?
Yeah, let's lock this shit down. Too many jellyfish. What shit going on? I didn't want that one. Wait, and that actually worked out in my favor though. Because everything just blew up on automatically. So that worked out. Damn it! I got shot in the back. After 2 firepowers. There's a third. Okay. It's tough to come back late game because you lose all of your weapon upgrade every time you die. And that's where I feel I should have waited on that one. Where I feel that getting a firepower immediately can help you not get overwhelmed. And the next one you should gun for is the speed boost. Because then you can gather the little upgrade chickens, as I call them,
Battery up.
much faster.
Do this all day.
As you can see, I'm starting to get in the red now.
Firepower.
Taking that death really sucks.
Battery over here. Shut down.
Okay, shut everybody down.
Accelerate.
Get them wings. Get back to full power.
Battery up. Shut down.
Ugh, there's so many big guys now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get the hell out of here. Okay.
Firepower extended. Battery
I
here.
hate all those bullets. Fucking turrets.
Shut down.
Yeah, everybody shut up. There.
Spare parts, anyone? Shut down.
Ooh. Yeah, we got snipers now.
Battery up.
These specters.
Accelerate.
Oh, I need to lay low for a second. Okay, there we go. I was within chip damage range. I would have just died if anything even looked at me.
Battery here.
Alright, third boss. not doing too bad here. Peanut is also good for third boss, because Peanut can move really quickly when she wants to.
Unexpected resistance encountered. Activating additional units.
And what I mean by that is we have to get rid of these turrets that block us in. Thankfully, oh, I lost a battery, shit. Well, I should be able to kill him quick enough that it won't matter. Oh, and I'm dead. No? Wow, I survived that. Holy shit. There we go. Alright, pick up that battery. Okay, we didn't really lose much, so that's good. It would have been better if I had picked up that battery, but I was so focused on not getting one-shotted. Ooh, that was bad. That was bad. Get rid of this. Lock him down. Speed him up. Like that. I think the bombs do damage them too, so if you can line up some bomb detonations around groups, that could help. I think the only ones that might not hurt are the dudes that can launch bombs. They may be immune to their own bombs. Because I shot bombs in their face and it didn't seem like it did that much. So maybe they take reduced bomb damage or none. Never really experimented to find out though. Okay, layer 24. We're all right. We're doing pretty good despite the circumstances. Well, get rid of the dogs. They leash you. Blue dog's bad. They're one of the worst. They can completely end you. They'll just trap you in a moment's notice and then something will gank you. Always kill blue dogs first. That's also why accelerate is very good here. Helps you get away from them a bit easier. 1, 2. Ooh! It didn't quite get it. Oh, it's good battery. Yeah, things are getting bad. We're getting in the red zones a lot. But not good. Really wish I picked that one up during the boss fight. There's only 3 phases to that one, so it's not like you get completely recovered on it. Especially if you miss one. Go. Oh, blue dogs. I'm gonna run out of speed here in a second. Oh, that was a miss. Yeah, lockdown's fine here. That's fine. There was way too many big guys. Holy shit. I got it by accident, but I might have still gotten it if I saw it anyway. There's just too much going on. Okay, there's my speed. Let's go. Ooh, each layer takes longer and longer too. Uh-oh. Ooh, that was close. Oh, no, and I'm dead. Well, let's see if we can make it back from this. This is gonna be tough. I should have waited until that turned into firepower. Yeah, we're in the red now. Oh, there's battery. Now let that turn into firepower. Yep, there we go. Oh boy. Whoa, what the hell's going on? What the fuck? Oh no. Yeah, it's the beginning to the end here. We're tapping out. It's a good set of power-ups, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough to fully get us back on track here.
Battery over here. Firepower extended.
Come on. Come on.
Shut down. Weapon maximum. Firepower
Oh. Yep. All the jellyfish types are in play now. This is where shit gets real.
shut down.
Oh no! What hit me? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Here.
Uh-oh, we're in fucking trouble now.
Accelerate.
Get that. At least keep from running out. Fuck! Yep. It's beginning to the end. We're in the death spiral. Okay, yeah, just everybody shut up for a second. Shut down. Wait,
Firepower.
grab that.
Battery up.
Oh, there we go. Whoa, the iframe saved my ass there. That was instant death 5 times over, and I got hit anyway. Alright.
Firepower.
I'll take the fire. Shit. Nope. I mistimed that. Yeah, it's over.
Battery over here.
Oh, it's not. Well, it felt like it was over. You go.
Firepower.
There we go.
Accelerate.
Oh no, I ran into it. No, it's over. It's too late.
Battery.
No, done. Okay. That was not bad though. Hey, I made it to 30, right? Or 27. I guess 30 is my best. Okay, so the leaderboard shows 30 because that's my best.
I'm just a little android.
I see Saitama ahead of me.
And my
I ranked
battery's
38.
running low.
That's funny. Do I want to switch or do I want...
Little android.
I'm gonna switch. Not that I disliked the run in general, but just for a bit of variety. I think Holly's my second best. I should have went with Goth Holly. Yeah, hold on. Let's go with Goth Holly. Yeah, there we go. Get that goth shit going. Saitama can't be surpassed. Yeah, right? I think Holly's the best one for me, just the way that I play. I like having a big gun in store. I don't necessarily need to use my secondary all the time. As long as the first one's powered up. That was terrible. I shouldn't have picked that up.
Battery up.
Because when Holly gets full power, because it's homing, like, her best... undoubtedly, her best power-up is speed boost. Because you don't need to aim. you just run. You just run and it aims for you. And because the bullets are kind of slow, you kind of create this like wall of death in front of you as you move around. Like, see how they just explode on contact? Because there's so many bullets concentrated in one spot as you're moving around that it's just boom, 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 boom. It's just crazy.
Accelerate extended.
And then when you really need some firepower, you let go the cannon. And you get a good second to line it up and figure out where you're going. And it's really nice. I just like the flow of iframes to cannon lineup are really good. Can get you out of some good spots. See? You just dance right around them.
Battery here.
That's what I like about Holly. The downside is that her power is
Accelerate extended.
weaker, especially after a death. Once you die, you're kind of fucked because you have to build back all that power over again. and it can take too long to get back on your feet, I feel like. So she's like a glass cannon in that way. It's a one and done shot.
Shut down.
I mean, obviously it's not instant game over as soon as you take a hit, but you can get into death spiral really quick and not be able to get back out. Especially at higher levels. But I do like her otherwise. I just kind of like the idea of having a really good main weapon under a lot of circumstances, and when I really need it, I can just pop the cannon and just blow everybody up. Although it's a narrow range, but it's still good. So here I'm waiting for the thing to change. Yep, to wings. I gotta fly, man. I don't mind necessarily picking up, I didn't mean to get the shutdown. I don't necessarily mind picking up the firepower, but I would absolutely prioritize wings if they're available.
Battery out.
You can maybe use the firepower to get back on your feet after a knockdown, but otherwise I think the wings are your superior here.
This is incredible. Battery over here. Accelerate, extend.
Well, what do I know? I'm just a scrub, right?
Battery here.
Why am I giving advice? Oh, I mean, she doesn't have very good bomb protection. That's one of the other problems. Unless you just do this.
Firepower.
Hello. What's up?
Battery out.
You're short. Okay. Can you wait a moment? Yes. Let me get to a nice stopping.
Accelerate.
Okay. Love you too. There. That's a good spot. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. I meant to hit the pause button, but I hit the home button, which I guess is just as good, right? You know, if you hit the home button, it should put you in a pause state when you come back.
Can't hide from me. Battery over here.
I was wondering if it was going to be paused when I hit the home button to come back.
Shut down.
I wonder if the game actually gets sent a message about that.
Accelerate.
If it knows it's been put into sleep mode. I guess it would have to, right?
Battery here.
You might have to do something special to comply with that, right? I don't know. Would make sense. I feel like that should initiate a pause though. So when you come back, especially like in my case where I hit it by accident,
Firepower.
I meant to hit the pause button, but I hit the home one because they're the same shape and they're right next to each other. So I hit the wrong one all the time.
Battery over.
I feel like it should initiate a pause, just for, you know, player convenience. Nothing else. Oh no, I got caught in the corner. Well, wings and... Ooh, that was risky. I wanted to get in there. That was possibly a death trap, but it worked out, so we're good.
Firepower extended.
Take the firepower this time. I think I just need to keep moving here. Did you see how she slows down substantially in her damage
Battery
when
here.
she takes a knockdown?
Firepower.
Whoa.
Battery up. Firepower extended.
I feel like I just need the firepower right now to blow through everything.
Accelerate.
There we go.
Battery over.
Now we got
here.
both.
Firepower extended.
I'm faster than you, bitch. Cannon boy, let's go! I won't make sense.
Accelerate. I can do this. Battery up. Battery over here. Firepower. Battery up.
There we go. It is, because the cannon's so slow, it is sometimes hard to aim it. Okay, yeah, you're done.
Shut down.
You're done.
Battery here.
Alright, that worked out pretty alright. That was a pretty alright run on him. Could have been better, but
Firepower extended. Battery up.
oh, I'm so much almost dead. Okay, good. Jeez, regen kicked in. I'm gonna run around
Battery over
and
here.
grab this.
Accelerate. Accelerate.
There, and then get a double. And then I get the firepower.
Amazing. Battery up.
You can maintain a speed up firepower pattern. That works out really good.
Accelerate extended.
That's pretty much as powerful as you're gonna get.
Battery over here. Accelerate extended. Accelerate extended. Battery here.
Oh shit! Ran into it. Let's concentrating on the Donkey Kongs here. Yeah, they're insta kills. You can bait them, but it's tough. Usually getting up in their face and then doing a bait works pretty well if you're willing to take that risk. If you fuck it up, you're dead. But otherwise, it's actually a decent way to get rid of them very quickly.
Battery over here. Accelerate.
Ooh, there we go.
Firepower. Battery here. Firepower extended. Weapon maximum. Firepower extended. This is incredible. Battery up. Unbelievable. Accelerate. Battery over here. Firepower extended. Firepower extended.
We'll wait for this one to turn.
Battery up.
There.
Accelerate. You can't hide from me. Battery
I
here.
don't
Shut
like
down. Accelerate extended. Battery over here. Accelerate extended. Firepower.
Oop, that was close.
Battery up. Shut down.
I should.
This is incredible. Firepower. Battery here. Firepower extended.
I was gonna go for that shutdown, but it was a little too close. I would probably been dead if I did.
Firepower extended. Battery up. Amazing. Accelerate extended.
Okay, let's kick some ass now. Here we go.
Firepower extended. Battery here. I'm on a roll.
Oh god, there they are. There they are. Oh boy! Aw, fuck me. No, don't change on me! I want wings. I'll take the firepower though.
Battery up.
Help me get back on my feet here. Oh, there's wings. I can't get to them though. They're in the middle of Fuckville.
Firepower.
Okay, I'll
Battery
take that.
over
That's
here.
alright. I'll take a
Firepower
double.
extended.
Slow and steady here. Not always the best in this game, but
Weapon next.
sometimes it pays to wait a moment.
Battery here. Accelerate extended. Accelerate extended. Battery over here. Accelerate extended.
Gonna get back our groove here.
Shutdown.
I didn't really need to get that one. Yeah, it works out alright though.
Battery up. Firepower. Unbelievable. Firepower extended. Battery here.
I like with the cannonball, especially, you can just kind of set it and forget it.
Accelerate.
And sometimes I fail to do this, but a really good
Battery over here.
way to view it is whatever direction you fired that thing in, just turn around and start killing other stuff, because whatever it's going to touch is going to die. And it's a waste of bullets to bother firing in the same direction that you just let that thing out in. And sometimes everything's all in front of you and it's okay, but
Firepower extended.
optimally you want to set it one way and then go another. Uh-oh. Oh, the iframes. Oh god, but I got mowed down. Anyway.
Shutdown. Battery here.
So like there, I knew everything was going to die in that direction. So I didn't have to like worry about it. Oh, I'm dead. Wanted that power up so bad. Oh good. Wings. Thank god.
Battery over here.
Uh-oh.
Establishing connection.
Well,
Shutdown.
I should have waited for another wings or
Battery here.
It seems like I must take care of matters personally.
Firepower. Battery over
My
here.
cage is getting
okay,
scratched.
that worked out alright. I have a hard time getting to that battery without dying. So, sometimes I lose one here just because I don't want to take the death.
Unbelievable.
And stay.
Yeah, like you could just get caught in there, you're fucked. Alright, and I'm just gonna let this one wait. There's no reason getting a lockdown
Firepower.
when you can get this.
Becoming a nuisance.
Battery over here.
Protect me.
It's good to get the battery and get the hell out, but you don't want to be next to her ever.
You can't hide from me.
Oh no, I was gonna say if I could get wings I could get out of there quick enough, but that ain't happening.
This is incredible.
Get wings? Iframe wings? Iframe wings for the win, baby, let's go! Oh, fuck me. Oh, that plan failed. Now I'm back to square one. Nope. I got saucered. Shit.
Battery here.
Oh, thank God. Man, that fight's probably one of the toughest out of all the bosses, save for maybe the last boss. She's got so many damn options. Gotta get all the robot birds.
Shut down.
That was a waste, but
Battery up. Weapon maximum. Firepower. Battery here.
BlazBlue's getting a rollback patch? Really? We know this for sure, or is this speculation? I heard there was like a mini update on Steam or something, but it doesn't mean they're getting a patch. Is there actually any direct confirmation?
Battery over here. Firepower extended.
It was announced at CEO? Really? Okay, I'll take that. That's legit.
I can do this.
Yeah, guys, it's about time.
Battery extended.
It explains why they've been kind of silent about it for a while.
Battery here.
Because, yeah, it's quite an endeavor to take an old game and add that to it, so kudos to them. Good work. After Strive Finals, that makes sense. Yeah, BlazBlue's back, baby. No longer relegated to being the clown game with delay based. BlazBlue's shit got so advanced though, I can't play that game anymore. I have no hope. There's no hope of survival in it. Fuck! I just really wanted that. That's why I hate the I hate the wheel levels. I'll wait. Pull up some restraint.
Firepower. Battery here. Accelerate.
There we are. Ooh, oh, he got fucked right in the middle of the minefield. Biking for Strive? Alright. Shit.
Firepower.
I knew that she wouldn't be too far behind. Like, there's no way. She's too popular.
Power extended. Battery over here.
I'll have to check that out after.
Shut down.
Oh, and roll back for cross tag. I think cross tags was kind of whack. It feels like Arxis' Mugen. It just feels like so B team. So unlike them to release something that shady looking, I guess. I don't know. Like, not like graphically necessarily, but just it definitely doesn't look like their best people are on it. You know what I mean?
You can't hide from me. Battery up.
It's kind of like they got the C team, and they're like, here's a bunch of pre-made assets, make a game, like, you can handle that, right? And they're like, yeah, sure. And then, you know, well, it is what it is.
Firepower extended.
That's how it comes off to me.
Battery here.
For a long time, I was thinking, like, BlazBlue died for this. Like, come on, man. Don't do this to me.
Battery over here. Unbelievable. Firepower. Accelerate extended.
Ooh, that was close. I underestimated how fast that guy was gonna shoot.
Battery here. Firepower.
Oh shit. Yeah, see, that's what the jellyfish are bad for. All those little fucking things surrounding them they're all like missiles. And they will absorb shots. and also hurt you. Like, they're the worst projectile.
Firepower.
I like the characters especially made for Braves Blue Cross Tag Battle. They look different than the ones ripped out of the game. Yeah, like, that's cool, like the tank and stuff. You know, when they made the new characters, but like if I would just prefer that they just take those characters and put them in games of their own, from their own franchise. I don't know. Like, I guess with Akatsuki that it really isn't like a source game for it. That's one where they're actually like making characters for it because they've never been in that style. But like with the Persona game, it's like, why don't you just make another Persona game? Like, I don't know.
Can't hide from me. Accelerate.
It's kind of cool that they've got a cross thing. It just comes off.
Firepower extended.
It comes off kind of weak
Battery here.
in its execution. Like, I don't want to like shit on it. I'm sure it's fun if you like that kind of thing, but it's just not the level of polish that I'm looking at of an Arc Sys game, you know?
Accelerate extended.
Like, when I think of Arc Sys, I think of like Xrd and Strive and Fighter Z and shit like that, where it's like ultra polished,
Shut down.
you know, like
Battery
like
here.
best in class art styles, you know what I mean? That kind of shit. And then Cross Tag's just kind of like, it's our Mugen. It's like, okay, I mean, you know, it is what it is. It's fine, I guess. It's not what I'm looking for. Oh god, I was gonna say, don't fire at the goddamn mine. Okay, here we go. Let's get that fucking battery before it disappears. Yeah, if they can add rollback to Rev 2, I think it'll make a lot of people happy. The question is whether or not they'll actually do it. I think Blaze Blue had a high priority on it because it's like there is no Blaze Blue with rollback and there's no new Blaze Blue. So Blaze Blue fans are like starving here. They need something. At least Guilty Gear's got something going on right now. Even if not everybody likes it, at least there's something there. But Blaze Blue have been they've been eating the single pea with the fork like in the cartoons for like years now. They needed something, man. They had to give them something. Where it's like, you know, maybe you don't quite jive with Strive, but at least you have one Guilty Gear with a rollback, right? Or you could go back and play like plus R, but and that's almost kind of like a freebie in a way because it's so old. You know, like if Capcom's like, oh, here's Alpha 3 with rollback and like the extra characters, it's like, oh, cool, thanks. Like, it doesn't make up for anything, but thanks. You know, it's so old that it almost kind of doesn't matter, but at the same time, it would be nice. But it's not really like, I don't know. I don't think it's on the same level as like, you know, Chrono Phantasma getting rollback. Yeah. I'm glad that they're on the rollback train. I'm glad they saw the light with Strive and they're like, oh shit, everything needs this now. So guaranteed, Fighter Z, if it gets a sequel, that shit's gonna have rollback, 100%. Like, no doubt about it. At this point, they're true believers now, and I couldn't be happier. I think SNK is pretty much there too. Oh fuck! I should not have gone that way. I'm gonna YOLO for that power up. Excuse me.
Accelerate extended. Battery here.
Oh, I was gonna say, come on, I gotta have a battery out of that. That was a perfectly lined shot. I hit all the big boys.
Weapon max. Shut down.
I'll take it. There's just too much shit going on right now. Oh no! Get too close. Oh, this is bad. Bad.
Accelerate.
I'll take the speed ups. Speed up good. Okay. These are the enemies that Holly's good against because they're swarms. And the little itty bitty swarms get eaten up real fast with the homing.
Weapon maximum. Firepower extended. Battery here. Accelerate.
No battery. Oh, we're at the we're at the razor's edge of death. That's a shame. We're only on layer 21 too. We're probably pretty screwed at this point. Yeah. My gameplay is collapsing rapidly. Oh shit. That one only took it only killed one. Yeah, when your cannon's not at full power, it can get stopped after a couple hits, or if it hits a big boy. Oh shit. Okay, that was a good YOLO. I made it out alive at least. Oh god, gimme. Oh yeah, we're in trouble. I'm gonna take that, and then I'm gonna wait for this one to turn. There we go. And yeah, it wasted a second, but now I can start kicking ass. Just like that. Wait for it to turn. I didn't mean to get that, but that's okay.
Battery here. Shutdown.
Alright, that was a decent use for shutdown. Just to get back in the game.
I'm on a roll.
Just keep them down.
Shutdown.
Oh, I thought it was gonna turn.
Battery up. Firepower.
Oh shit, boss time. Fuck. Well, I'll do what I can. This one's a bit
Firepower.
dicier with Holly because, not quite as bad as some characters, but she does have some bit of an issue without being able to, laser, or, drill out of some stuff. Oh, he actually dodged it. What a jack. Okay, good. He was about to do his, no, fuck. He's trying to...
Firepower.
Laser output insufficient. Switching model.
Trying to get rid of some of these,
Data transmitted. Fusion
yeah, he's dead.
Battery over here.
Trying to get rid of some of them turrets. They really restrict your mobility. Fuck. Well, we not having a good time right now.
Firepower. Firepower extended.
Take the firepower. I'll take triple firepower. I don't give a shit.
Battery here.
Uh-oh. The dog's got me. Ah, shit. Okay. I'm gonna get this one, and then this one, and then I'm out. I'm free, baby, I'm free.
Battery over here.
Make sure those items don't disappear on me.
Shutdown. Firepower. Weapon maximum.
Oh, come on, man, the missiles. Fuck it. It's... Oh, I missed them. Uh-oh. Well, that was kind of a waste.
Accelerate.
It wasn't a shit show, but it's definitely not the result I was looking for. These fuckers.
Firepower. Battery over here. Weapon max. Shutdown.
That was okay because the number of squids on screen was pretty high. And that did mitigate that. I was going for the firepower, but I think in hindsight that... fuck, come on! the shutdown was probably the better idea there.
Accelerate.
It's good. The blue dogs. These fucking red things. Oh, that power up this weird shit.
Battery up.
Okay, there's the battery. I was gonna say it's gotta be here any second now.
Weapon maximum.
Okay, weapon X.
Accelerate.
Okay. Well,
Amazing. Firepower. Battery here. Firepower extended.
no snipers allowed.
Accelerate.
Okay.
Battery over here. Firepower extended. Firepower extended. Unbelievable. Battery here. Shutdown.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on. I'll take the shutdown this time. Oh fuck. Well, that's what I get for going for the power up.
Accelerate.
Right in the line of fire. Shit! Oh, I didn't want to hit the... I tried dodging everything there. I didn't want to hit the bullets, but... I guess the bullets would have been better than the grenade.
Battery over here. Shutdown. Shutdown.
Not what I wanted. I thought it would change by the time I got it.
Weapons max. Accelerate. I can do this. Battery up.
Thank God. Always living on the Edgewood Holly, Jesus.
Accelerate extended. Firepower.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Accelerate extended.
Uh-oh.
Battery here.
Give me that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Do, 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 do. Alright, that was a decent shutdown.
Shutdown.
Yeah, let's just get rid of everybody.
Accelerate extended.
Reset.
Battery over here.
Thank you. Okay, here's the fucking problem. This stage fucking sucks. And we've got a gorilla dude and everything going on all at once. Alright, give me that. Absolutely need that. Ugh,
Battery up. Accelerate.
thank God. Okay, okay. Oh, oh. Oh, come on, missile. Man, the missile hitboxes last so long. You can't get around them. They're active forever. Yeah, I'm done. I think it's screwed
Accelerate.
now.
Battery over
No?
here.
Game's getting generous. Uh-oh. Not good. Not good. Not good.
Accelerate extended.
Take it. I'll take it.
Accelerate extended.
Be back up to max.
Battery up.
Oh, fuck. All the way over there? Okay. Phew. That's close.
Shutdown.
Okay. There's so many disparate little ones. I just need them to stop moving. Yeah?
Firepower.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Accelerate extended. Battery over here.
I was gonna say, that's gonna be the battery. Where is it? Okay, I got it. Whew. Okay. Shit's getting scary. Shit's getting scary.
Accelerate extended. Accelerate extended.
Battery? Thank you.
Shutdown. for me. Battery over here. Firepower.
Oh, thank God. Alright. Yeah, oh, I didn't mean to do the double. I wanted the firepower out of the other one, but...
Battery here. Accelerate. Shutdown.
So that should take care of all of them.
Unbelievable.
Did.
Firepower. Shutdown.
We're at layer 28. Oh, there's battery. There's battery. Gotta prioritize that. We're way too low not to. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Oh, thank God. Yeah, and shut him down. Fuck him.
Over here.
Fuck him up. Battery. Oh.
Firepower.
Uh-oh. Oh, that was almost suicide. It didn't register me right away that it was a bomb one. I thought it was a B container. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Battery up.
Yeah. Oh, I'd rather take the death and get it. Way too close otherwise. And this is probably gonna be it though. I'm probably gonna be too far back to be able to come back off of this. Due to that death.
Shutdown. Battery here.
Oh shit, really?
Accelerate.
That shutdown did pretty well for me.
Accelerate extended. Weapon max. Battery over here.
Oh, phew, phew. Whoa, 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 all the missiles. All the missiles. Yeah, you gotta be careful about having the super speed too, because you can outrun the battery and it will just let you die. There's no forgiveness on it. Oh! Get him! Get him! Oh, baby! We're just skirting the keeping the Grim Reaper at bay, pixels at a time.
Firepower extended. Firepower extended.
I don't know. This might be it. Oh. Oh no! This is definitely it.
Firepower.
We're super fucked. Oh yeah, super fucked. I'm not coming back off this. You've got to kill big boys in order to get batteries. Wow, really? Yeah, there's some kind of like internal point system where the batteries are more often to appear off of big guys than they are little guys, so you gotta be careful. Uh-oh, are we screwed?
Battery here.
Nope, just enough. I wonder if that would hit me even though he was shut down when he did it.
Battery up.
Oh, thank God. Ah! Shut him down. Shut him down. I don't want to fuck with that. Shut him down. Uh-oh. 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 Ah! I'll take the firepower. Yeah, take the firepower. Yeah, I don't know. I think this... What? Still? It just wants me to live. It just wants me to live. Okay, shut down good when there's a lot of big boys.
Weapon max. Shut down. Battery up.
Oh my God, we're still hanging in.
Firepower.
Get rid of the damn laser. I'm gonna wait till that changes.
Firepower extended.
The best idea.
Shut down. Battery over here.
Oh no, can we get to it in time? Oh, thank God.
Firepower extended.
I don't want nothing to do with that. And not that. Oh no, he got me. I ran into it. I backtracked.
Shut down.
Iframe, baby, let's go.
Battery out. Shut down.
Where's battery? Oh, is it too far away? Okay, good. You gotta be careful. If they're too far away, you can't get to them without speed boost. That's where Peanut's really good, because even if you don't have speed boost, if there's something across the map, you can just get there. You just do it.
Firepower.
It's close.
Battery here.
Oh my God, I can't believe we're still alive. Layer 29, baby, let's go. Can we get to 30? 31? Or are we too far down the curve?
Shut down. Battery over here. Firepower extended.
Maybe we can do this. Oh my God.
Firepower
Ah! What the fuck's going on?
shut down.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm on a roll. Accelerate. Battery here.
Oh my God, I can't believe we're still alive. Oh no! Oh, this is definitely the end. There's no way.
Accelerate.
There's no fucking way.
Accelerate extended.
There's just too many little guys getting in the way.
Battery up.
What, really? I can't believe this.
Firepower.
Where is he? Where is, oh, he blew up. Oh, I missed that shot. It's bad.
Weapon max. Shut down. Battery over here.
I can't believe we're still alive. Oh no! They flew out. Uh-oh. Is this finally it? Are we finally dead?
Firepower. Battery here.
No. No, we're not.
Accelerate extended.
Careful.
Weapon
Chip damage level. There we go. We're recovered.
This is incredible. Battery up.
That fuck level again.
Shut down.
Batteries, baby. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Shut down.
Okay, get rid of that fucking laser.
Accelerate.
I know it doesn't give us immediately closer to a battery necessarily, but
Shut down.
it's potentially a better,
Accelerate extended.
fuck me. Lasers keep coming.
Firepower.
Oh no! No, 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 no! Shut down. Fuck it. Just get rid of them. Fuck no! This is why it sucks when you have, like, base level firepower. Like, everything just... You can just tank everything you have. Shut down! Oh my god! How am I still alive? What the fuck?
Accelerate. Weapon max.
Snipers be gone. Shit. Shit!
Accelerate extended.
Uh-oh. I don't see any battery. Are we fucked? Yep, we're fucked. What did we get? Where were we? I couldn't even pay attention. 31! I finally broke the curse of 30. Would Holly know us? Let's fucking go.
my batteries.
Wait, what's my ranking though? It doesn't show my ranking.
Just a little android,
It just says high score.
and I'm moving on.
Okay, hold on. There's got to be a leaderboard thing or something. Yeah. Yeah, I want Infinity Drive. Here we go. I'm 39. Wait, it didn't record it? It said I was at layer 31, didn't it? Why didn't it record it? You saw it. Fuck me. I would have at least been ranked 33 then. Fuck, is that why it didn't show? Did it disconnect or something? Yeah, for real, right? I guess that's why I didn't show the leaderboards at the end. It disconnected or something. Oh, maybe because I hit home? Because I hit the home button? Does that count as like cheating? And it didn't want to record it? Did that like cut the connection? I don't know. It's a bug report. I'm sending it in. I'm gonna send it on Twitter. Yo, I got to level 31 for the first time in like ever, and you need to insert that into the leaderboard because that's bullshit. I legitimately think though it's because I hit the home button. Either A, it's considered something that invalidates your score, or it's a glitch that somehow disconnects you in a way that it just malfunctions and it doesn't record it properly. I'm assuming at this point that that's probably what it is. Dude, I'm so mad though. What the fuck? Don't take away my achievements like that. Bullshit. I'm complaining. It's killing me. I feel like using a different character. I feel like Lemon, but I don't know. Coral's pretty cool. I'd have to change my controls for her though. And I don't feel like doing that, so I guess we're doing Lemon. Lemon's got really good firepower. Especially if you can get close. Because she's got the triple shot. She's the Contra character. I just don't like her secondary that much. It's missiles, and I feel like they're hard to aim for me for some reason.
Firepower.
But once she's upgraded, her spread shot's super devastating. It just takes everything down. So there's her missile shot, which is powerful, but
Battery over here.
I don't know. It feels really slow and hard to control for me. And it might just be me, but I don't know.
Accelerate extended.
Probably should focus more on firepowers for her.
Weapon max.
Unless she's at max, yeah, then wings are good. When you're at max, wings are good. Because you see what's going on here.
Accelerate extended.
You're just covering the whole screen
Battery here.
with patterns. You're just painting, essentially. It's like she's got a fucking paintbrush going
Firepower.
across the screen.
Battery over here.
Like, it's so good, you almost don't even need your secondary at that point.
Shut down. Battery here.
Greetings from the land of Final Fantasy XIV. What's up, Bruce? Greetings from Schmuttland.
I'm just getting started.
Yeah, we're making up lost time for Schmuttvember, right? I don't know if I could ever play an MMO again. I don't think I'd have the time to play a game like that ever again.
Battery up. Accelerate extended. Shut down. Battery over here.
The only MMO I actually liked was Ragnarok Online, though.
Accelerate extended. Battery up.
I think that's the only one I actually genuinely liked. And I did not like Ragnarok Online 2. Just the first one. I think like the art style was really nice. Like everything kind of coalesced very well in that game. And it ran really good even on older computers. Very optimized.
Battery up. Shut down.
I wonder what a hypothetical sequel for this game would be. The creators got one in mind. They want to make one eventually. I've been talking about it, but the last game they made was Unpacking, which is a story narrative point and click game kind of thing. The whole idea is that you are moving. Where the fuck is he? There he is. In Unpacking, the person has moved, and you have to unpack their stuff and like set it in their place. So it's kind of like a calming narrative kind of driven thing. Like the narrative's not apparent at first, I guess, but it becomes apparent over time. So it's definitely not an action game, but that's what they decided to make as their second one. But they were talking about Cactus. There's two things they want to do with it. One is obviously just a straight up sequel. The other thing, which I thought was interesting, but it's not something I'd be all that interested in, is a strategy game.
Shut down.
I don't know if turn-based or active, but a strategy game based on Cactus. It's interesting. I don't think I would personally like it. I don't like strategy games. I find them very boring. But I will say, if they make it, I'll at least try it. And if I like it, then I like it. If I don't, then I don't. But I wouldn't mind trying it. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, right?
Battery here. Firepower extended. Weapon maximum.
But I'd definitely be interested in a sequel to Cactus, straight up sequel. Now I let them know, I'm like, if you want to do an unwind mode, you hit me up. I will tell you everything that I know. I will do everything I can do to help. If you could get this with rollback netcode, I'll definitely help you if you want it. So the offer's been made.
Battery here.
If they want to pursue it, I am open. Having an online multiplayer Cactus game, especially with rollback netcode, would make my century. All right, I'd be playing that till the day I fucking die.
Battery here. Weapon max. Accelerate.
Especially if they make it in Unity. I mean, I'll have the experience to actually like legit help out on that if they really wanted it. I am totally open for it.
Battery over here. Battery out. Accelerate extended. Battery here. Battery out. Firepower.
Whoa.
Over here.
Okay, that was close. I almost ate it there.
I'm just getting started. Accelerate. Firepower. Battery here. Shut down.
Oh, just take him out. Yeah, there we go.
Oh no, you're not getting away from me.
Lemon's good. Don't sleep on Lemon in this game.
You're not going to stop me.
She may not be my favorite, but
Shut down.
she's devastatingly effective.
Accelerate extended.
I tried Phantasy Star Online, I think. Blue Burst. That's what it was. When Blue Burst was in beta,
Firepower.
I think it was in beta. That's when it was free. And then when it went pay for, I didn't follow up on it. But I played it in beta. Phantasy Star Online Blue Burst, I think that's what it was called. I played the PC one. I don't know if it was on consoles. I think it was. I think it might have been on Dreamcast. But I didn't have a Dreamcast at the time, so. I enjoyed that one. Honestly, it felt like Mega Man Zero as an MMO. That's why I liked it. It had laser swords, it had like plasma guns, and all the designs were very distinctly that kind of feel to them. So I was all in on that. But I didn't like it enough to pay for it, put it that way. I played it in the beta. It's pretty fun. But after that I just dropped it.
Battery up.
Like, if it was only like a couple bucks, sure, but like all MMOs back in the day, they're like, oh yeah, like, it's 20 bucks a month. I'm like, fuck no. Are you kidding?
Firepower.
Who the fuck would pay that? I mean, people did, obviously, but, hold on. I'm trying to scratch my nose without having to stop firing here. I don't want my leaderboard entry to get fucked up again. Rat bastards. I mean, it was cool. If it was like a few bucks a month, it was like $3 or $4 a month, I'd been like, oh, okay, fine. But like, all the games are like, nah, 20 to 15, dog. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that.
Battery over here.
You know, that's like half a PlayStation game every month. I don't know. I think I'd rather have a new PlayStation game every 2 months than have that. Like, it wasn't bad. There was nothing wrong with it. Just, I don't know. Not gonna pay 15 bucks a month for like that over and over. Fuck, I don't even know if PlayStation games were 60 back then. Were they even like 50? I don't remember. Game prices are all fucky.
Shut down.
They've always been fucking weird. Like, N64 games were like 80 bucks a piece.
Accelerate extended.
And PS1 games, I think, were like 50? Man, I don't even remember now. Yeah, they were 50? Okay, yeah.
Battery here.
Phantasy Star Online was 15 bucks a month, and it was shit compared to the Japanese version? Oh, that sucks. Okay, hold on. I'm reading chat and not paying attention here. Get fucked up.
Shut down.
No! I wanted the wings. Well, at least I still got... Oh my god, he's hiding. Come on. Yeah, that's why it sucks when you die. Your DPS goes to shit.
Battery over here. Firepower.
And you start off with half of your cooldown on secondary, so you do feel real fucking weak when you die in this game. It's not like Metal Slug where it's like, oh, I've got bombs again. And then you just waste them all and then die and repeat.
Firepower extended.
Oh no, oh no.
Battery here. Firepower. Accelerate. Battery up. Lighting him up. Knocking him down. Shut down.
Yep, get rid of all the little fuckers. Get rid of them.
Weapon maximum. Firepower. Battery here.
Yeah, oh fuck, man. Come on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I thought I would have got 3 shots off of that, but only 2. Damn it! Yeah, GoldenEye was fucking $80 when it came out. Can you believe that shit? $80. Back then, too. Like, that's not adjusted. That's $80 in 1994 money, or whatever the fuck it was. Was it 97 it came out? I can't remember now. But money was worth more back then. Yeah, the inflation hadn't hit. Video games are really weird, where their prices haven't fluctuated too much.
Battery here. Shut down.
Yeah, I am super fucked if I'm already getting in the red on layer 12 here. Those couple of deaths there really fucked up my game.
Shut down.
Like, video games have rarely exceeded $60 in the past. In fact, game prices have been pretty stagnant in most cases.
Accelerate.
However, they've been making up for it. Don't feel bad for the fucking publishers, though. Never feel bad for publishers.
Firepower.
They kind of turned the tables on that shit with the microtransactions, though. They didn't lower the prices, but they're reaping microtransaction money left and right. Holy shit. You don't know, unless you're like in the industry, how much fucking money they're actually making on microtransactions. They're making more in microtransactions than selling copies of the game. And for them, it's just like double the money for the same game, essentially. That's why they go so hard on it. Because they didn't have to raise their prices. They're making at least double the money now on the same games that they were making before, just by including microtransactions. So it's yeah, it's a bit crazy. Oh, I'm dead. I can't get to it in time. Nope. Oh yeah, adjusted for today. Yeah, N64 games are definitely 100 plus. No wonder they're so expensive on here. All right, we're getting off lemon. I love lemon, but I'm just not so good at lemon. Starch is an interesting... No, not that one. Starch is an interesting one. Wait, hold on. Sigma costume. We need Sigma costume. She's very secondary weapon heavy. You want to use secondary quite often, I believe. That's my conclusion on Starch. Her main weapon is alright, but it's nothing amazing by any stretch.
Tiny robots. Battery here.
See, you can do that, and it just... I think that's what you're supposed to do. I think you're just supposed to spam missiles. They recover pretty quick, too.
Pretty wings. Battery.
And honestly, because of her range, I don't know if wings are quite the effective power-up for her. I think shutdown and
Battery here.
the extra firepower is good, because it kind of covers for her weakness of having a relatively bad main weapon. However, it also lets you continue to fire while shooting missiles.
Battery up.
So it's like definitely her best normal power-up. Who's over here? Die already, Jesus.
Battery over.
See, you can just clear shit with this.
Robots.
You don't really need the speed because you don't need to be near anybody. Like, it doesn't hurt to have the speed, but you don't need to be near anybody. You can keep your distance with Starch.
Battery here.
And that's where I feel that the wings just don't do much for her. And the reason to have wings is to be able to bip and dip and get in and get out, and it doesn't really matter for her. You can be far away and then still weigh it,
Tiny robots stay.
because everything she does is just kind of tracks. Or it has like infinite range on it.
Battery over here. Tiny robots stay. We all fall down.
The danger that Starch gets into is when you need missiles and you don't have missiles. That way, I guess, would be the weakness there. Especially if you take a death, your laser is basically fucking useless. You almost might as well not even be able to fire because you're not gonna kill shit with it. Especially if there's dudes all around. You have to rely on missiles. I don't know if missiles get better with your rank up, or not rank up, but your main weapon up, but it feels like they do, but it could be placebo. Shutdown's good for her because she has the infinite range, the instant, laser beam. But it's really only good if you got that double damage effective. Then it actually becomes viable in that sense. Otherwise, it's a bit too weak for typical use. It's not dog shit, but you're definitely not pulling Holly with them, And it doesn't even have enough to detonate those guys all at once. Guess maybe I'm just spoiled on Peanut's damage. But there's some other characters that have even higher damage. Shitake's got a one-shot, one-kill policy. Or one-shot, many-kill, kind of. She can shoot through... When she's fully powered, she can just shoot through an entire line of enemies and they all die. Like, insta-death. She's got the sniper rifle. Which is cool, it's just not my playstyle. I'm just not good enough with it to be effective. Get the hell away from me. I do not want to be your friend. And then there's the, I can never pronounce her name correctly. It's like Aborigine or something. I don't know. Anyway, she's really weird. I think she's like super top tier powerful, but she's incredibly hard to use. You have this basically like this yo-yo ability where her main weapon is essentially a yo-yo kind of idea. I think if you have analog triggers, you control where it is based on how much of the trigger is pulled. So think of it like a line in front of her, and this little spinny disc will travel along the line. If you pull the trigger all the way, it goes all the way to the end of the line, and if you slightly pull it, it's all the way to the start of the line. And you have to manually move the cursor doing that. I guess if it was digital, I don't know if you'd have to, I guess you'd just kind of hold it and then let it go and hold it. You know, just if you tap it in a series, you can get to stay still, that kind of thing. I don't know. It's really, really difficult to use, for me at least. But I've seen some people ripping ass with that fucking thing, just tearing it. On it must do such high damage for the execution barrier that people are just tearing into enemies, just destroying shit. But I'll never use that character, so I guess I'm not gonna be. I'll never know what it's like. Uh-oh. Ready, steady, go. And you're done. Oh, there's the boss character too, which they seem OP at first, but I don't know if they're actually that good. They've got a really great secondary, but they seem so slow to act with everything that I think it would be hard to keep up with a lot of enemies. It works great as a boss because it's just a teleport to you and kill you kind of move. But I feel like it's too slow to use. Maybe I'm just not using her right, but it feels like it's too slow to use in like actual levels. Like if there was a versus mode or something, then she'd be king. But I don't know about like, I just don't know about like taking out swarms of enemies that way, because her normal shot is really pathetic. It's strong, but she only shoots like 2 shots at a time. Very slow. It's kind of the classic boss character. Once you unlock them, they suck. But it's definitely got that vibe to it. It's like when you unlock Shin Akuma in CVS2, you're like, oh shit, that's gonna be crazy fucking bullshit, and then he takes like 70, like 170% damage on every hit. It's like he's got a quarter of a life bar. It's fucking hilarious. It's like that's what they had to do to make it fair. I still don't think they're even allowed in tournaments though, because they're still pretty cheap. You can just infinite people with Shin Akuma for sure. But damn, that was one of the best Shin Akuma battles ever. The music, everything about it was on point. He looked good. He had so many cool looking supers. Raging Demon never looked better at that point in time. I think Street Fighter V's Raging Demon was really good. That's one thing that I think they like super got right was the Raging Demon. Just getting like variable little flashes of, or veritable, I think is the word I'm looking for. Just getting just like that tease of what exactly is happening behind the curtain. Like that was super good. I like that. We had gotten like jokes about it, like the arcade game Pocket Fighter. On Pocket Fighter EX, but the arcade game Pocket Fighter. They had a joke where the screen didn't stay dark, but every hit you could see Akuma in a different pose, but he was doing silly poses, right? Because it's a joke game. But I think that was the first time that they ever kind of really kind of insinuated what it was behind the scenes. That it was just, he was just hitting them really fast with all sorts of moves. And since then, they haven't really elaborated on it until Street Fighter V, I think. So that, I always think that was one of the big W's that 5 got. Was they didn't reveal the Raging Demon, but you definitely got teased on it in just the right way to make it look cool. And the fact that like it's still dark, but it illuminates with every hit. I don't know. They actually, there's big dub there. I think that was a big win. The Akuma fans got the treat. They were eating good that time. And on the other hand, I think that Street Fighter 4's portrayal of it was incredibly lackluster. To the point that it was just boring. The fact that both of his supers were just Raging Demon, just one was a better Raging Demon? I don't know, it's weird. The fact that the Ultra and his super were both Raging Demon. And then his other super was some Looney Tunes shit that was really dumb. And then they really turned it around for him in 5. You know, only if you're wearing the classic costume, of course. Unless you really dig furry Akuma. get that battery.
Pretty wings. Battery here. Blue circles. Blue circles. Pretty wings. Battery up. Tiny robots.
And speaking of game prices, we were talking about before. Back in the day, like some games were really valuable, even at the time of their release, to the point where like I paid the full $60 price for used copies of Chrono Trigger and Earthbound. I got them on the same day. It was my birthday?
Tiny robots.
I guess, yeah, and I think Dad took me to the used game shop. And I'm just like, yep, I want this and this. He's like, alright, that's it. That's your whole birthday then. And I'm like, yep, nope, I want these two. Because I had borrowed them or rented them prior to that, and I really liked them.
Battery over.
So I got Chrono Trigger and Earthbound the same day. What massive gets, like for real. You don't pick up a pair of Legends like that on the same day very often. But yeah, they were $60 a piece though. That was, or one was, I think one was 50, one was 60. But yeah, that was
Pretty wings. Battery here.
that was one of the best birthdays. I was eating good that time.
Pretty wings again. Battery up. Blue circles.
I think Chrono Trigger is my most played RPG. Because I've gotten all the endings, I believe.
Pretty wings.
Not all in the same version, but over the course of playing it for the Super Nintendo, you can do the New Game Plus, which makes it go faster, which is cool. New Game Plus is really good in that game. But between that and between that and the PlayStation version, that's what it was. The PlayStation one is the one I played after that, and it was a little slower to progress in that because it had loading times and shit, which was really annoying. But it was all right. It had the cutscenes added to it, the animated stuff, which most of them were kind of just, I wouldn't say they're meaningless, but they were definitely not necessary. In fact, they only like really were animated versions of the cutscenes that were in game, but then the in-game one would play anyway. So you weren't really like adding anything or missing anything, except for the ending was the exception. The ending is where fuck me. The ending was where they actually added material to the game and sort of explained like the downfall of Guardia and what happened, and the whole like, you know, everybody's dead kind of ending. And I think it was because they were spoilers. I mean, come on, it's Chrono Trigger. This game's been out for like 25 years. I feel a little free to talk about it. The whole you know, Dalton comes back. Literally, Dalton, that asshole comes back and destroys Guardia, and that's it. And everybody's like fucking dead. And I'm like, wait, what? What the fuck do you mean he destroyed what? That's kind of random. He comes back, he gets his revenge. But yeah, that was the deal. I don't know if Cross was out at that point. If that was inserted to kind of explain a few things, or what exactly. But that's what happened. Dalton, of all characters, comes back and gets his fucking run back, and he just takes them all out. Like, I don't know how. I just... But that was what they added in there. And then they expanded a little bit more in the DS game. They added a couple dungeons. It really felt tacked on though. But if you played Chrono Cross, you'll know what I'm talking about, where everybody's just like, oh, I mean, Guile's basically, yeah, Guile, not Sonic Boom Guile, but Chrono Trigger Guile. Or Chrono Cross Guile, I guess specifically. Everybody's like, well, it's pretty much just Magus, right? Like, isn't it Magus just pretending to be someone else? And technically, like, yes and no. The devs kind of went back and forth on that. That was the original intention. But they said the reason they changed it last minute was they were afraid that because Kid, Surge, and Guile would have been heavily tied to the original cast, they were afraid that the only characters anybody would use would be those three, because you can only have 3 people in a party, as per the original Chrono Trigger. And so their fear was that nobody's going to use the other, like, 50-some characters that they put in the game, which was awful, by the way. They literally put 54 playable characters in the game, something like that. It was really... It sounds cool, but it's so bad. It's so unfocused. And the other characters are basically useless and meaningless. Except for, like there's a few. Like, Glenn. Human form Glenn is in the game, kinda. Or alternate dimension human form Glenn. Like, it gets complicated, alright? Chrono Cross is fucking weird. But, they were like, yeah, he was Magus. And then he wasn't, because we didn't want everybody to just use Magus, Surge, and Kid. And then in Chrono Trigger DS, they reneged on it again, and they're like, nah, Guile really is Magus. And they put in cutscenes of, like, Magus losing his memory and shit, and it's just like, they couldn't fucking decide what they wanted to do. It was just so funny. They just kept going back and forth on it. I don't know, Chrono Cross is kind of like a... Chrono Cross is fucking weird. I don't think it's anywhere close to a worthy follow-up to Trigger. It's so detached from it, it might as well have been its own fucking thing. Like, I know the story's tied to it and shit, but, like, tonally and, like, it just comes off super detached. I couldn't do it. I couldn't fucking play it. I had to have someone tell me what happened because I just couldn't. I couldn't deal with it. It was so slow. The active, like, they went back to having uh-oh, am I gonna make it? Okay. They went back to having, what was it now? You know, like in Final Fantasy, there's a transition between the battle and the overworld, but, like, Chrono Trigger didn't have that. Battles just happened. Like, enemies appeared and then boom, you're in battle. Like, it didn't have to transition. Chrono Cross went right back to the transition screen. Like, it's just so... It went backwards in so many ways. Fuck, I got trapped in there. I shouldn't have got that close. I like the combo system in Cross. But I think definitely the flow of Trigger was way superior. The pacing was so good. It was snappy, shit just kind of happened. You didn't really have to grind too much in Trigger. If you just fought everything that came your way, you were fine. You didn't really have to grind. Maybe a little bit at the end. But it was such a perfectly paced game. And then Chrono Cross just threw all that shit out the window. It just took a massive shit in its pants, and that was it. It just spat up on Trigger's legacy. All the, like, Trigger had so many advancements in the genre, and then that genre just decided to collectively ignore everything that Trigger did and went back to their old ways. So annoying. That's why I can't stand RPGs. You get, like, really good ones, like Trigger and Earthbound, and they're well paced, and they're not wasting your time, and then the genre's like, nah, fuck that, double down, we need 60 hours of gameplay, so let's inflate all the enemies, ramp up the encounter rates, and increase the loading times so that it's fucking annoying to play. And then I couldn't do RPGs after that. I thought RPGs were like really hitting it with trigger and stuff, and now I just can't play them. They're just too fucking boring. They just waste my fucking time at every opportunity, and they like revel in it, and it's terrible, and I hate it. I can't deal with it. And I'm dead. That's what I get for ranting. Alright. I couldn't really check chat out there while fucking ranting and trying to keep alive here, so let's see. Let's chat inside. Played Cross but never finished it. Yes, exactly. Same here. Got to the part where you had to fight the elemental dragons and stop. I think 10 would have been the max that should have been in the game. Yeah, characters. Agreed. Agreed. You can add on a little bit, but don't go fucking nuts. Because that's about as many as I cared about. Damn combat system felt more annoying than engaging. The only thing I liked was the combo thing, but like the fact that you had to, yeah, the color changing, you had to change the conditions of the battle in order to get your magic to do anything. You had to, it's kind of like a Pokemon where you if you make it rain and then you use a water attack, like it helps the damage on a water attack. Like there was like a really complicated version of that in Cross, and it was so fucking annoying. Yeah, and then the enemies could keep changing the color too. Yeah, it was fucked up. You had like 3 tiers, and the effectiveness stacked. Like if you get all red, then you do like a fire attack, and it does a lot more. Yeah, you should probably play the Tales games. Well, some of the Tales games. This had Mega Backtracking at the end game. I played Symphonia, and it was okay, but it kind of got repetitive after a while. I don't know how the newer ones are, but I feel like they're stuck in a spot where they need to either go more traditional or just go full action RPG. I feel like they're trying to straddle that line, and it's not working out for them. That's how I felt like Symphonia was. If they I don't know, if they pushed a little harder on the action front, I think it would be better. Like just let the battles take place in the overworld, something like that. No, like Quest 64, do something like that, but with active, action combat. That would be really cool. I think I'd like to see something like that.
All right.
But I don't know if maybe the later games did that, and I just don't know. Because I stopped at was it Tales of Symphonia? I don't know, the GameCube one. And then I played the Wii one. I think I rented it, so I didn't finish it. And then I played the Wii one, and I hated it because it was so slow. Like, it felt like it was so up its own ass that like it couldn't just stop like circle jerking itself. Because it was like a sequel, I guess, to Symphonia. But it was, I don't know, it's like, all I want to do is play as like the cool characters, but you're making me play as like the dork. Like, it's one of those games where the story, they introduce a new character and you hate them, and you just want to play as like the old characters, but they don't want you to. They want you to really like the new kid, and you hate the new kid, that kind of shit. And it's just kind of like, it's relying on its own goodwill to like get you through it, and it's just not good. It's like, hey, remember how awesome Symphonia was? Keep playing our game. Please keep playing this game. Please keep playing. Don't you remember how good the first one was? Please don't turn this one off. Please stick with it. That's kind of, it felt super desperate. It was annoying me, so I just quit. I couldn't handle it. Yeah, they were like, oh, Lloyd's a bad guy now or something, I think, right? I don't know, it was so dumb. I'm like, yeah, alright. I don't care. It was a Wii exclusive? Alright. Yeah.
Battery over here.
I don't know, I couldn't stand it. I could barely get started in the game. It was just pissing me off so much. I probably got halfway through the first one before I had to give it back.
Right here. Accelerate.
But the Wii follow-up? Oh my god, I quit that one almost immediately. I couldn't fucking stand it.
Shut down.
It was such a fucking drawl.
Spare parts, anyone? Battery over here.
I have another one on Steam, but I never played it.
Firepower.
I tried the original one on GBA. I think it came out on. But it was, I don't know. I couldn't get the hang of it. It was very not actiony. It was, I don't know. Like the battle system wasn't exactly turn-based, but it definitely wasn't like Symphonia where you could like walk around and do combos and shit. It was definitely more of a place your party in a position and hope for the best kind of game. It was kind of like everything kind of worked in active time, but it was, I don't know, it was different. It's been a long time since I tried it. I didn't like that one, so I didn't really get far in it.
Firepower.
I swear I don't hate RPGs.
Battery over here.
I just hate most RPGs. I like Final Fantasy IV, even though it's hard as shit and grindy and annoying, but I like the characters.
Battery here.
Like Chrono Trigger is fucking amazing. Or like as much as I seemingly hate RPGs, I fucking love Chrono Trigger, and I don't put it in active mode. I put that shit in pure turn-based mode, and it's so good. It gives me time to like think about what the hell's going on, but the fact that everything's pretty straightforward and like the abilities feel worthwhile, like the double attacks like actually feel like they're worth using. It's the power-up thing that it's my power-up rant all over again. If you're gonna give an ability, don't make it do like 2% more damage. Make it do a shit ton more damage. Make it worth using. And Chrono Trigger really embodied that. Along with the, you know, the art was great, art style was great, the fucking music was great. Everything was S+ on that fucking game. The pacing was godlike.
Accelerate. Shut down.
And then the entire industry was like, you know what? Chrono Trigger was so great that we're going to ignore every single advancement that it made, and we're just going to double down on all the bullshit going forward. And it, like, the industry never fucking recovered from that. Like, it's so weird. They just completely rejected all the excellent things that Chrono Trigger did. I don't know if everybody fucking hated it because they were spiteful of it. I don't know what happened. But every single RPG designer was like, yeah, all that shit that made Chrono Trigger great, yeah, fuck that. We're not gonna do that intentionally. Like, I don't understand that. Like, that was literally the peak of the genre, and they just decided to bury themselves in not advancing. I don't know what it is. I really have no clue. It's just so asinine to do something like that. Just completely ignore all the advancements of like the literal master grade game in your genre, and then just completely fucking intentionally ignore everything it did. I don't know. It's really fucked up. I just can't. I can't fathom even thinking in that direction. And this is why I can't play RPGs, because they refuse to do the thing that they were so poised to just master at that point. Like, why bother? I don't know. That's why I get so fucking mad about RPGs. Everybody's like, but there's been tons of good RPGs since then. I'm like, yeah, and they're all wasting my time. None of them was learning any lessons that we learned back in the Super Nintendo days. For no reason. They're just, I don't know, just fucking sitting there whacking off and not doing what they should be doing. I don't know if it's like a sense of pride where they've gotten so used to having time wasters that they just somehow convince themselves that that's the right way to go. I don't know what it is. But for whatever reason, they just will not pace their games properly. I guess bigger number on playtime on the box, back of the box, just that's what they want. That's what gets them off. They just want the biggest number of playtime on the box. I don't know.
Battery over here.
the only thing I can think of. There's no rational explanation for it, for sure.
Firepower.
And this is why it seems like I hate RPGs, but I don't. I fucking love Chrono Trigger. It's one of the best games ever fucking made.
Battery here.
It's just so fucking good. And, like, every other game does everything it can be to, like, not be as good on purpose, and I just don't know. I don't understand. Even the game like I Am Setsuna is like, oh yeah, we're Chrono Trigger 2 or whatever. And, like, nobody's talking about that game. Everybody's like, yeah, it was a game, alright. Like, okay. Definitely not Chrono Trigger 2. Like, okay. I guess I don't have to play that one. I will continue not playing any other RPG until the end of fucking time.
Is that all you've got?
So the genre literally peaked in 1995, and everybody's doing everything in their power to make sure it never peaks again. I don't know. It's just fucked up, man. I just can't stand it. Every time I think about it, I get so fucking mad. It's like, I could like these games, but they're just sitting here jerking off instead. I don't know what the fuck they want to do.
Firepower. Battery over here. Firepower extended.
I feel like if the genre had still evolved, I don't think RPGs would be anywhere near as niche as they are now. Even Square wants nothing to do with turn-based RPGs anymore. Like, all their Final Fantasy games are fucking action games now. The remake of 7 included. Like, they want to get away from the niche so hard that they just literally abandoned the entire genre. I don't know. I don't know if that's because of all of this, but it's awfully coincidental that all this shit is going down. I feel like doubling down on the overly complex bullshit and having a billion fucking gameplay hours and killing all the pacing in the game just like shot the genre right in the foot. It feels like that's kind of why it's stuck in this niche bit, and then like nobody fucking wants to play these games except everybody who's like, you know, hardcore into it, and they doubled down on the nicheness. It feels like it's just not expanding. And then Square's like, I guess people don't like these games anymore because we keep fucking them up. Well, I guess we don't need Final Fantasy to be turn-based anymore. It's like, what the fuck? It's like taking Castlevania and making it like a turn-based strategy game. It's like, wait, whoa, what are you doing? Why are you taking such a drastic turn on this?
Battery here. Firepower extended.
Yeah, you see, also, I see chat going, but it's like super hard to like not, okay, I died. I guess I can pause to read chat. It's super hard not to die and try to read chat. Let's see. I want to like Shin Megami Tensei games, but they're basically like Pokemon games where you have to be a merciless asshole to win. Oh, I don't know about that. The YouTubers will complain if the game isn't X hours, etc. Yeah, and that's the problem. I think that it's big number on box problem. Where bigger number better. Big number always better. And just like, I think the designers got so up their own ass that they just wanted to nerd out with it. I really believe that that's part of the problem, at least. And fighting game creators can get this way too very easily, where it's like, we made this really great super complicated game, and it's like, yeah, but now it's too complicated and nobody wants to play it except like the 10% of people that was like your hardcore audience. And I don't mean like, you know, have to get rid of motion inputs, but I'm talking about shit like, I hate to rag on French bread because I love French bread, and Melty is like my favorite game. But I was like super disappointed in, what the hell is it called now? Under Night in Birth. I thought it was cool, but then they're like, hey, instead of just fighting your opponent, what if we make it 10 times more complicated? So now you have to manage this fucking like grid game and shit. And it's like, you can't just fight the person, you have to also manage this fucking mini game. And if you don't do it, you get like super penalized, so you can't ignore it. You'll get like completely fucking wrecked if you try to ignore that part of the game. And it's like, I don't like this game. There's just too much shit. It feels so unfocused. Because I can't just concentrate on like trying to fight. I've also got to concentrate on all this other fucking bullshit at the same time. And I feel like doing that locks you into like only a certain number of like hardcore players are gonna put up with that shit. You know what I mean? I feel like it's way too much to keep track of in a fighting game. It's hard enough to just fight someone, let alone have to like manage a fucking mini game on top of it. Like, no, stop, please, for the love of God. So that's when Melty came out. I was so glad they didn't do any of that shit. I was like, please, just keep it simple. Just give us Melty with like one more thing, maybe, to add on top of it or something. Or a rebalanced Melty, or just a reskin. I don't even care if it's just HD. Keep everything the same. Just please don't fucking overcomplicate it with the bullshit, because I'll be so mad and I won't play it. And thankfully they didn't do that for Melty. They knew enough not to do that shit. But I feel like Under Night is just way too up its own ass with that shit. Like, I mean, I know it sounds like super harsh. I don't mean it to be like super harsh. It's fine. If you like it, that's cool. But I think the majority of people are just be like, I just want to fight the fucking guy. I don't want to manage this fucking grid and play this fucking mini game while I'm trying to fight the guy. It just kind of sucks all the fucking shit out of it. And just, did I lose that battery? Oh, I am so dead. Yep, this run's gone. Yeah, I can collect that battery, but it's very doubtful I'm going to be able to pull myself back after that. That's why I can't play games when I'm mad. And the reason that this happens is because the developers themselves have gotten so fucking good at their games that they're so into the fucking weeds that they can't understand how the average player plays anymore. They're just designing games for their own tastes at that point. And, you know, to a degree, all designers are going to design games for their own taste. But you do have to kind of keep in mind that not every player is going to be able to just get all that all at once. Even other players that are intermediate in your genre are not going to be able to understand all of that. They're not going to want to put up with all of it. And sure, you may be, as a designer, you're so used to playing these games 24/7 because you work on them, that that the extra complication is interesting to you, and it really livens things up. But for most people, it's just going to be way too much to get into, because most people don't play these fucking games 24/7. So that's my rant about shit like that. And I feel the RPG and the fighting game genre kind of like done that to themselves, but they've gotten so up their own ass that they don't understand what it's like to not be like a super fucking nerd about it. And I use that term lovingly. I'm a nerd. I am in that category, okay? Mind you, I am in this category of designer where I'm so entrenched in the thing that it's sometimes difficult to think outside of that. But I try super hard to think about players at all skill levels, and that doesn't mean auto combos. That's the worst way to do it. It doesn't mean add auto combos. It doesn't mean you have to make the game necessarily easier. You just gotta make sure the game makes sense to play for everybody at all levels. If you're throwing too much shit at them all the time, then they're not gonna be able to fucking keep track of that. It can be even down to control schemes. The fact that KOF's max mode on a PlayStation controller is activated by triangle and X at the same time is asinine. I get it, it's legacy, it was meant for a different controller, but you can't expect pad players to fucking play this game without macros. Like, something's gotta give. You either have to change something or whatever, and the only reason they keep it that way is legacy, which is okay, I guess, and I guess the macro does help with that. But whenever you go to like a tutorial, and it's like, oh, activate max mode with these buttons, and you're like, what the fuck? How am I supposed to hit both of those buttons at the same time? Like, you'd never want your players to feel that way, right? You should make the macro default, I guess. I don't know. But it's all symptoms of the same issue. It's designers getting too bogged down in their own games that they just can't see straight anymore. And then they end up making something that turns people off. Because they don't understand what it's like to be a normal player anymore. And again, I think both fighting games and RPGs, it's the same issue. It's just with two different genres. I think they're just really good examples of this issue happening.
Firepower. Shut down.
You know, like Street Fighter 4 kind of was able to have its cake and eat it too, because like the average player didn't necessarily have to do like FADC stuff. But like most players just couldn't do them in general. As soon as they stepped online and tried to get in the ring for real, they got completely fucking annihilated. Because the average player literally cannot input an FADC. They just can't do it. It's way too strict. It doesn't sound like it for people who can do it easily. They're like, what do you mean you can't do it? It's like, no, most people just literally physically can't do it.
Accelerate to standard.
And it just makes that game annoying to play for a lot of players. If you're just fucking around and like, whatever. But as soon as you actually try to play that game, you'll get completely fucking annihilated. You know, don't even think about the one frame links. There's alternative combos to the one frame link shit that, you know, an intermediate could learn and do. But it was very unintuitive on how to get into an ultra combo. And it was very unintuitive for anybody who couldn't do an FADC.
Battery over here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And then to even do it, but then to follow it up with something, right? Because there's no time freeze, right? See, it took me a while to be able to do it, and I couldn't do it consistently because there was no freeze frames. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It was kind of a half-baked mechanic from that perspective. It works, and a lot of the players that are really in the weeds of it, they'll figure it out. But it's just the same issue all over again. The developers are so in the weeds that they cannot see past that. And they just make something that's completely unintuitive for the players to do.
Weapon max.
Unfortunately, a lot of them end up doing this kind of shit, trying to make the game easier too, and it doesn't. You have to make intuitive controls. You have to make intuitive decisions based on all the typical controllers that you're going to be in play.
Accelerate.
Like designing the game to be only workable on an arcade stick
Battery over.
is another folly of that. And that could be an ego thing where it's like, oh, well, these games are supposed to be played on arcade sticks. And it's like, yeah, but guess what? Most fucking people who are playing them have pad. So now what? Like, is it just fuck everybody who has pad? Is that really your attitude? You know, and some developers do get that way. And they're like, well, you better play it with an arcade stick. You better extend your pinky while FADCing, or we don't want you playing our game, you know.
Battery.
They'll never tell you that necessarily, or the PR team will stop them from saying that. But I definitely know devs that feel that way.
Firepower extended.
I don't know, there's so many things you can do to help new players that aren't auto combos and shit, but for whatever reason, they're not willing to take those avenues. Instead, they just, I don't know, they just fuck everything up with it.
Battery up. Shut down.
And I feel like I'm not talking shit because I've gotten people who have played
Firepower.
the Pocket Fighter EX demo.
Over here.
Literally unprompted comments, like on the Game Jolt page. You can even go look. And people are like, I like your game, I can actually play it. And I'm like, wow, that's really strange to just get a comment like that. I can't remember exactly what it said, but that's basically what it boiled down to, was I like your game because I can actually play it. I mean, the implication there is pretty clear that for whatever reason, fighting games have gotten too complicated that they like them, but they can't play them. But for whatever reason, they felt like Pocket Fighter EX was some game that they could actually play and enjoy. They actually felt like they had some control in it. And I think that's just speaks... That speaks everything about it. And, you know, it's not an accident. It's something that I'm constantly thinking about. How will this control scheme, how do these controls and these moves, what would they look like? How would they feel to a player who's not experienced enough to utilize it fully, or to is not maybe just an intermediate, not an advanced player? Like, how would they react to this kind of control scheme? I put an endless amount of hours of thought into how to manage that. And as far as I'm concerned, I feel 100% vindicated. When I get an unprompted... I mean, most people will barely comment on your game anyway, much less anything good about your game. You usually get the, it doesn't work, I don't know, it doesn't work on my computer, please help. You know, that's 90% of the shit that you're gonna get for comments. But to get someone to really actually go out of their way, they were so happy with it, they literally went out of their way to specifically mention they feel like they can play my game and not other games in the genre. And they were very happy about that. I think that really speaks volumes. The comment that I'm most proud of is that one. And I've gotten like 2 or 3 of them too, and it's remarkable to even think that that's a thing. And I've got no auto combos. I've got no assist modes. I don't have any easy control schemes. I don't need any of that because I designed it in a way that it doesn't need to have that. I'm just really proud of that one. That's my biggest W. As far as I'm concerned, that's it. That's actually the thing that I think is the biggest W for me personally about the whole project. Because I want, that's the reaction that I wanted, and I was actually able to get it without adding fucking auto combos, without adding bullshit. It was just designed to be intuitive, and that's what actually won the battle in the end of the day. So I'm happy about that.
Accelerate extended.
I'll brag on that a little bit. Very happy about that. I feel 100% vindicated. Yeah, I think Street Fighter V does a lot to, I think a lot of their changes have made the game less appealing to pretty much everybody. But unfortunately, especially casual players, I think. I think their attempts to make the game easier for casual players makes it uninteresting for casual players. And I know that sounds a little weird, because why would they be less interested when it's easy? It's because they focus so much on that and the online stuff that they forgot to make the game like fun. You can have your cake and eat it too. It doesn't have to be that way. But when the casuals are like, where's the offline modes? And they're like, survival's over there. And they're like, no, but where's all the offline modes? You know, like that kind of shit. Just kind of... That's not what they're looking for, you know? They want it to be cool. They want to be able to do things that look cool and flashy without putting in like too much work. And you can definitely strike that balance. That's fine. And they also want to like play arcade mode. Like it's really simple. It's not very complicated. These people just want certain things. They want cool characters doing cool stuff, and they want to fight Bison in arcade mode. Okay, and that's it. That's all you have to do. That's it. That's the magic ticket. That's all they ask for. You put in a World Tour mode. When's the last time we saw a World Tour mode? Alpha 3? It had it, and that was it, right? Like no other Street Fighter even done that. And even today,
Battery up.
you'll see, like the 09ers. I hate to use that term because it sounds like I'm denigrating, but I'm not making fun of them. Like the people that got in with Street Fighter 4, they typically call them the 09ers because that was kind of the revival, right? When they go back and they discover the old games, they're like, yo, these games are fucking awesome. Like, what? And then, I don't know if it was Smug or Justin. I think both of them played it. They're playing, like, World Tour mode. And I like, even Smug was like, this is fucking amazing. Like, this is great. Like, why don't we have this shit anymore? Everybody loves that kind of shit. And then they just don't want to do it. Because they lost sight of what people actually want to do in their games. They had it in the PlayStation era, and then something changed, and now all of a sudden we can't do that anymore. And now, World Tour modes aren't hard to make. They're not very complicated. They feel like so special because they're very unusual in the way that they go. Oh, fuck me. In the way that they progress. But they're really not that hard to make. It's really just a survival mode, but with like a power-up tier system. And Street Fighter V was so close to doing something like that, but then they kind of fell short. Alright, let me catch up on chat. Now that I'm not gonna die the moment I look away. Worst thing about FADC is that not every character gets the same benefit from it. I don't know if that's easy to do, considering the different playstyles, but yeah, I mean, for some characters it's super godlike, right? If that's the case, they need to do something either different for other characters that don't benefit from it, or give them a different thing. Or give a different mechanic that doesn't benefit the rushdowns as much. Something like that, you know? Which is people complain about the V system. It is specific to the character, and it is much easier for everyone to use. Yeah, the V system's not bad. I do like the V system in a way. The only thing I don't like about the V system is locking previously accessible abilities behind it. So like Karen's a good example, right? Where she can only do Rekkas. And every time she does one, it drains the fucking time meter out, and you can only do like 2 or 3 of them, and that's it. Or like Cammy's Spin Knuckle. They made that her V skill. They could have just left that in as a half circle back punch, or half circle forward punch, whatever it happens to be. They could have just left that in and given her something new. It felt like they were taking previous ideas and unlocking them behind the V system for no reason, when they had all free reign to come up with all this new shit. Which would have been a better use of that. Alright, and very next says, now I like the ideas in Blaze Blue, but that is not the game to let people new to the concept of fighting games play. You risk pretty much turning them off. Yeah, it's hard. Blaze Blue is very complicated. Fortunately, it's linearly complicated. So it's not like I have to play a minigame while playing the map. Most of the powers and the way that they work, the unique ones, are pretty linear in that they stack on top of the character, but they don't like distract from the character. So like Tager, he's a Zangief. If you haven't played Blaze Blue, Tager's Zangief, except he can magnetize you and bring you close to him so he can better Zangief. And it's really wild and effective, and it's really cool to see that kind of thing happen. But it's not like Tager has to play a mini game to get you into the magnet state. It's just he's got a button that does magnet moves, and there's different types of magnet moves, you know, and then he can control the magnetism and stuff like that. Or like with Hazama, everybody in Blaze Blue's got a do something cool button. They got their 3, light, medium, heavy attack, and then they've got a button that does something unique for each character. So like Hazama's got like little snake chains he can throw out, and he can grab the air even and like zip himself around the screen. but he's the only character that can do that, so it's very unique, right? It's very cool. Or like Jin's is pretty straightforward. They're attacks that he uses with his kind of, I guess, his stand, basically, but they cause the opponent to get frozen. But he's the only one that really does that, you know. Meanwhile, Nine the Phantom is pretty much a mini game, but her mini game is remembering like dozens of combinations to make certain spells. Okay, I haven't played Chrono Phantasma, so I can't speak about that one. I know that at some point, BlazBlue characters started getting really complicated to the point that I just didn't care or want to play them. But I think the initial set of characters, all the way up through CS2, Continuum Shift 2, I think all the characters in there, and that's, you know, with Valkenhayn and I think the last character to be added in that before they moved on was Carl's father. What the hell was his name? Relius. I think everybody up until that point where Relius was released was really nicely balanced, and I think the game got a little too, the effect that we've just been discussing, right? It getting a little too up its own ass about stuff. It's getting too into the weeds. I think that hit right after CS2, and that's where I kind of dropped off on the game. It just felt like it got more complicated, but it didn't really get more fun. It sounded like some of the changes were going to be more fun, but it went too hard, I think. And then the game never kind of recovered back from that for me. Because I bought the next game in the installment, but I don't know. They changed enough that it felt completely unfamiliar while adding a whole bunch of complication, you know, with like the way the overdrives work and shit, and it couldn't keep me anymore. But I really love the previous entries to those. You know, Hakumen is a good example of like the power set. Hakumen doesn't have air dash, I think. Normally. But can he do an air dash with a stock? So he gets these tamas, I think they're called. So he, instead of having super meter, he's basically got like up to 8 EX moves that he can do. His meter is just quantified in EX moves, and he can do maneuvers to gain more of these tamas or whatever they're called. We'll just call them EX moves, I guess, right? And he can chain them, so he can EX cancel into another EX and stuff. So if he's got a lot of them, he can do some really crazy fucked up shit. And he's very slow, but he also has a counter. And he's really high damage. And he's got really long range. He's got a super, like a Sephiroth kind of sword to him. And he's really powerful, got really good range, and if he's got the EX moves, he can pull off some crazy shit. Like that is a great example of how BlazBlue did really good with some of their character abilities. He plays like no other character in the game, completely different that way. And it really reinforces his entire gameplay mentality of big, heavy hitting, not very mobile, waiting for your chance to get in and unload your shit. Like that, everything about Hakumen really reinforces that whole core philosophy. And I think that one comes through very clear. I really, really, really like the way that they did that. And I didn't even play Hakumen, but the person I played the game most with used Hakumen. And that character was very, very clear, very intuitive in how they work. You know, relatively, I mean, BlazBlue was a very complicated game, but in BlazBlue's world, I think it was a very intuitive design, easy to understand just by watching Hakumen move and do his stuff. You got the idea of what he was about very clearly. You know, I liked that aspect of Blaze Blue. But now it's like, I have no fucking clue what any of these characters are doing or why they're doing it. Like, I would have to look up a tutorial to even to begin to understand what the fuck's going on. And I think at that point, your game design has collapsed in on itself. It's just gotten in the weeds way too hard that no one can just walk up and be like, oh, that's cool. They walk up and they go, what the fuck is going on? And then they don't want to play it. And I think that's unfortunately where a lot of fighting games typically end up, especially the ones that get really crazy like Blaze Blue. I think up to the point of CS2, you could still walk up and be like, oh, that's cool. And now it's just like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I played the earlier Blaze Blues, and I still don't know what the fuck is going on. You know what I mean? It's just, it's way too crazy, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what's going on anymore. I want off the train. I'm scared now. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay, that was a good discussion, though. I think that was a good discussion. It's kind of nuts that your game got so many... updates that it now has essentially 3 versions of public characters. Oh, you're talking about, Blaze Blue. Yeah, so what, Relius and Carl play pretty much the same, right? It's just their puppets do different things. I don't know about Celia, right? Is that her name? Celia is the sister? Or the relative or something, and she's got the puppet of the mother or something? I don't know. Carl, Relius, and there's another one, I think. Hers almost feels like a stand. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that was in the next game after I stopped playing, I think. So that would have been something I wouldn't have been familiar with. But I've seen footage of it. I just don't know what it plays like. Puppet characters are kind of cool. They're really complicated, though. I don't think that you should necessarily not do complicated characters. So like Gen in Street Fighter is another very complicated character. I think most people wouldn't be able to play Gen, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't make a character like Gen. You should do everything in your power to make it as understandable at face value as possible. In other words, to make it intuitive, right? And that's kind of what I try to harp on the most. Making something intuitive is not easy, but it's very worth it because people can just look at what's going on and be like, oh, okay, I get it. And then they can pick it up and kind of get the idea. You know, they're not going to master it overnight, and they may never master it, but at least they can kind of understand what the hell's going on. And that does way more for a game than like anybody. Everybody underestimates how much that really does for a game, to just know what the fuck's going on. Gen is complicated, but you can grasp how he works. Yeah, exactly. You see him stance change, and you're like, oh, okay, it changes his attacks. When he's in this stance, he does this kind of shit. When he's in that stance, he does that kind of shit. And it's complicated, and it's really hard to do, but at least you understand what the fuck he's doing. You can very clearly see what's going on. There's very clear communication of when he changes and how it works. I think the most complicated thing, if I recall correctly, is the fact that certain moves can cause him to change stances. And that's definitely that way with, oh, what's his name? Guy's Master, Street Fighter V. There's definitely moves that can get you in and out of Strider form. Oh man, I've had a brain fart. What the hell is his name? You know what I'm talking about, the old man. Guy's Master there. That was alright. That was an alright stance character. I don't play them much, I'm not like an expert on them, but I think it was very clear what was going on between the two, especially since he changed visuals completely. I thought that was a very intuitive way to do that. I don't like stance change characters, so I never played them, but I do admit that it looked cool. I just kind of like lament the fact that we never really got like the old man character on their own. I was ready for him to be
Shut down.
I was ready for that character before I saw that his stance changed. I was ready for like to be all in on it. I was like, yeah, we finally get the old man character, and he's got that cool old man attitude and shit. And then it's like,
Battery here.
but then he turns into a young guy for half of his thing, which I don't know. It's kind of cool. It's just not what I was looking for. And it's just like I can't do stance characters. I don't have the brain for stance characters. I could probably design one, but it doesn't mean I could play one, you know? Because there's a very big difference to understanding what it is, but then to actually, like, use it and enjoy it is a totally different thing. Everybody's going to have their own preferences, and designers are no different. You know, I like Unga Bunga characters, but I'll be able to program a Guile and figure out how to design Guile in Pocket Fighter EX. This doesn't mean that I want to use them, necessarily.
Battery here.
Maybe I will, who knows? I don't know. Maybe I'll tweak them just enough so that I like them. I don't know. But you don't have to, like, be able to play the game necessarily to design the game. Now that sounds dumb, because it's like, why can't you play your own game? Why aren't you the best person at your own game? It's because
Shut down.
designing and playing are two different things. You can understand how it works and set up rules and interactions and design the game to do a certain thing, but it doesn't mean that you can actually go in there and play it like that
Firepower.
yourself. It's not reasonable to expect the devs to just be like super masters at everything in their game. They'll definitely kick your ass if you don't know what's going on, because they've got a knowledge advantage, like 100%. But they're not going to come in here and then necessarily like beat Justin Wong. Like, it's not happening. Not even close. I think a lot of people don't understand that for some reason. They think that if you can play the game good, that means you can design good, and then if you design the game, that means you must be able to play the game good, and that's definitely just not the case at all. There's some people who are very, very, very good at their games when they design.
Shut down. Battery up.
There are some designers like that are very good, but it's definitely not the norm for them to be like an expert at their own game. And by expert, I mean like world class, right? We're talking like going to a tournament and like laying everybody down like it's nothing. Yeah, it's just not realistic for that to happen. Shit. I got that too early. The shutdown lasts longer if you wait for them to get to the next phase.
Battery up.
It also lets you charge your weapon up a little faster, or a little heavier. It does more damage if you can wait until your weapon goes down completely.
Firepower.
What waste any?
Battery here.
There we go.
Battery over here. Firepower.
There's definitely a trap for being bad at your game. If you are bad at your game and a designer, I mean, it's possible to technically design a game that way. You just may be really bad at the execution or whatever. But if you're not at least intermediately good at your game, it's very easy to fall into I never considered that territory. And I still even feel that way about Pocket Fighter EX on occasion, where I will watch tournament footage to kind of get, you know, an idea of how do other game, you know, say Ryu or whatever, how do people play Ryu in other games, and why do they play them that way, you know, relative to how Ryu is designed in that specific game. You know, I'll watch tournaments and think about that while I'm watching, especially if I'm trying to research for a new character. And there's definitely moments where I'm like, wow, I never even considered that to be like a thing. But you know, fighting games are very in depth, so you do technically get that, and that, like, devs do see that all the time too, where they're like, wow, we never expected people to use that feature that way, you know, and then at that point you have to either make the call to just accept its existence or try to do something about it to stop people from using it that way. And that can be very tricky because you can make a lot of people mad if they find out something cool and they really like it and it's unique and you take it away. They'll get like really fucking mad. And I get it. It is what it is. Sometimes it's best for the game to get rid of certain things, but you do have to also think about how people are going to perceive that. Sometimes if you can give a compromise instead of just removing it, just make a compromise with it. That can make it easier for people to accept. Say, hey, look, we know this thing's broken and we had to remove it, but you know what? We thought of this new mechanic because of that. And here, we gave you a thing that's kind of reminiscent of that. It's just not a broken version of that. And some people be like, okay, that's cool. Dan in Street Fighter V was a great example. You remember? Dan had the Infinite. And they said, okay, look, we're gonna make the Godoken sometimes knock the opponent down so that it'll randomly stop the Infinite from happening. And that sucked. But the reason that they did that, or the way that they did that, actually buffed the Godoken. So, like, general use of the Godoken was randomly better at times, but it also broke the Infinite. See, now that's a super smart way to do it. And guess what the discourse at the time was? Oh, they nerfed Dan was the immediate 15-minute patch note thing. And then by the end of the day, people were like, no, this is awesome. This is actually a buff. This is actually really fucking cool. They did fix the Infinite, but you can still do it. It just randomly ends, and the Godoken got a buff. And everybody was happy. Everybody thought it was a great idea. So you can absolutely fix problems in your game without just removing something. If you can compromise with your players, that would be really cool. Now, sometimes it's just not doable. Sometimes it's just something's broken and you just have to fucking get rid of it. Or you don't have the resources to create that new mechanic or whatever. Or there's nothing immediately comes to mind. And that's a very real possibility. That can just happen. But if you can get away with it, by all means do it. I completely 100% expect something like that to occur as soon as the Pack Fighter EX rollback is out there. 100% expect something like that to occur. Somebody's gonna find a fucking Infinite, or they're gonna find some crazy bullshit that I didn't even in my wildest dreams think was possible, and or would even consider to try it. And then I'm gonna have to make that decision of, what do I do now? How do I mitigate this? Does it need to be fixed? Or can we leave it in? Or can we change it? Can we make a compromise? And those are really tough to do. They're very, very, very hard to do. Number one, you have to combat your own ego with it. I think Smash Brothers failed at this. When Smash went from Melee to Brawl, I can only speculate. Look, I'm not trying to shit on Sakurai. Sakurai is a god developer. Like, he's got the attention to detail that no other fucking devs have. Like, there are certain things about Sakurai that are unmatched, that are just world class. But I think Sakurai can get potentially a little egotistical with his design. That if you are not playing it the way that I want you to play it, you're just gonna have to suck it up when I change it. And I don't care what you have to say about it. This is the way I want it to play, and that's the end of the story. I kind of get that vibe off of it, and that kind of sucks. And I think he's walked that back as Smash has evolved. Because when Brawl came out, they like added tripping and shit, just like random shit to interfere with people's like normal play of the game. That made it like competitively fucking annoying to play, or just like didn't give a shit about balance. And then you saw a very big tonal shift between Brawl and the Wii U version. When the Wii U version came out, and I don't remember where it was set, And maybe it was Ultimate, but it was they're kind of tangential projects, right? They're kind of an extension of one another, so it is what it is. But at the point that either Brawl or Ultimate came out, I distinctly remember, I don't know if it was in a direct or an interview or something, but Sakurai did say, you know, we're taking the competitive mindset into account for this one. And that's why we got all the Omega Mode stages. And he said there was a whole team dedicated to gameplay balance. And that was something that they hadn't done before. They have a whole set of people that are, all they do is test and suggest, you know, changes for the balance of the game. And it just, and Sakurai did not count himself among those people, I think was also a very important thing to note there. He didn't say, me and the team are doing balancing, we're going serious on balancing. He said, we have a part of the team now that only does balancing. And he didn't, like, again, he didn't include himself in that. So I think Sakurai had a moment of growth as a developer in there, where he's just kind of like, all right, fine. You know, there's obviously a lot of people that want to play it competitively, and yeah, it's a fighting game. Okay, fine. We'll put some credence into that now, and we'll do that. Where before he was like, nope, it's a party game. Fuck you. You're gonna play it the way that I made it, or you're not gonna play it at all. You know, that kind of thing. And then that, of course, that led to people modding and dissecting Brawl and Project M and all that shit. And maybe that's what opened his eyes to maybe we should consider this instead of trying to stop it. Whatever happened, Sakurai had some kind of moment of growth as a developer in that case, and he sort of overcame what I would say flat out it was a shortcoming to not come to the table and compromise with your players is a shortcoming. And sometimes, again, it's not doable, or sometimes it's not reasonable. But it should never just be flat out rejected as a concept.
I can do this.
You should never go into that interaction and being like, no, the player doesn't understand. I don't care what they have to say or think. We're gonna do it my way, or no one's gonna do anything. You know, that's the wrong way to do it, for sure. You know, it's finding that balance between this is what I wanted for the game versus this is what it's turned into, whether or not we can accept that or make a compromise on that or whatever. That's where it's truly gonna hit. You know, that's the real deal there. And it's tough. It's tough as a developer to admit that people are not playing the game that you made the way that you wanted to make it. That it's not working out the way you thought it would. That people are playing it very differently. And you may not like that. You may not like the way they're playing it. That's not how you intended it, you know, all that shit. And those are very real feelings that devs have, but I don't think it's an all or nothing game at that point. I think you can accept the creativity of the players, try to find out why that worked, and see what you can do to come to the table on that. Again, it's very difficult to do this, but I think it's really important. I would hope that when I come to that point where people are playing the game in the ways I didn't intend, and it's inevitable that will happen in a game as complex as a fighting game. I would like to think that I'd be open-minded open to thinking about what exactly is going on, and not just get the reaction of, no, shut it down, we're not going to let them do that. But it's tough. It's very hard to restrain yourself sometimes in those situations. You know, when you've been viewing it that way so long. I don't think it's a malicious thing necessarily either. But when you've viewed something a certain way for so long, and someone comes along, and they're like, turn it upside down, and you're like, wait, it's not, no, stop, it's not supposed to do that. Stop, what are you doing? You know, there's that gut reaction of wanting to immediately refuse it. What's the term for this? Is it cognitive dissonance? It's where you get new information that completely changes your worldview, or it goes against your worldview rather, and then instead of accepting it, that you just kind of double down and just get like brainworms, and then just like deny reality instead of like coming to terms with like that being the truth. I think that's cognitive dissonance, right? I don't know. I don't remember. But that's kind of what it is. Like, designers can fall into that very easy. It's very easy for designers to get egotistical in that way, because they're the masters of the world, and how dare the player not play exactly the way that they designed it, you know? Some of them definitely feel that way, and that's unfortunate, but it does happen. And I don't think everybody's immune to that. Let me put it this way, I don't think anybody is immune to that on some level. You're always going to have that feeling. It's whether or not you can reel that feeling in and then accept that, you know, it just isn't doing what you thought it was doing. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. You can be disappointed in that, and that's valid. I don't think it's wrong to... There's nothing wrong with players leveraging something in the game that you just didn't think was there. If anything, it can only be a shared learning experience between the collective of the community and the developers. And again, sometimes you just can't accept it because it breaks one thing too hard or whatever. But if you can find a compromise, that's always the preferred option. And just recently, we were talking about adding more to Terry's design. Damn it, I outran the battery on my own. It's hard to play and talk. Well, we were doing the thing with Terry's design where we want to add something more to his character, but the idea of the feints came up, right? And we experimented like 2 whole nights with feints. And that's like a fake attack is what that is. So like you could do heavy punch into feint, so it looks like he's going into the power wave pose, but he stops and he doesn't do anything after. It's a fake out attack.
Yes.
And Terry's had a legacy of having this in like the Fatal Fury games and stuff, and it's really cool. And I just come to the conclusion that I just don't think it's a fit. The way that the game works, the feints don't really offer too much the way that they are. You know, once we actually refined them and gave them the proper animations, you know, and balanced them in a way, you know, as best we could, they just didn't really work out. It just feels like the game's just not attuned to it. And a lot of it has to do with the high knockback values. You know, we're doing knockback values that are more like Street Fighter Alpha, more like Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, where you really get pushed far away once you do a couple attacks. And the feints just really don't help you chain stuff together very well. And they're also very hard to perform in a way that would even get you a halfway decent result. Most of the combos that you could do would be comparable or even better than the feints combos that we could come up with once the system was in place. And that happens sometimes. You just get to the point where it's like, yeah, it's not a good fit. Maybe it would work in a different fighting game better, but it's just not a good fit for this one. Just the way the system is, just not it's just not worth bothering to have it, because you'll run into the point of confusion where, okay, it's good in like 2 or 3 scenarios, right? Only like 2 or 3 scenarios where it would actually be good. And then all the other times it's like not really useful. And, you know, that could still be a valid thing depending on how integrated the mechanic is. But you have to be careful. And this is why I didn't put the parries in. You have to be careful that it, does this game actually end? I don't know. You talking about here with the Infinity Drive? Yeah, I don't know if there's an actual end to it. And you fight all the bosses, I assume. I've only gotten up to the third boss out of 5. I don't know if it loops after that. When you get to the final boss, does it just start over? I really don't know. I wish I did know. Maybe one day I'll find out when I get to the last boss, right? But it'll be years before I get that good. Yeah, I don't know. I could look it up, but I just never bothered to, I guess. It's fun though. Now there's a normal campaign in this game. This is not all there is to it. This is just like they call it Infinity Drive, so there is a question whether or not, you know, it sounds like it goes forever. But this is like a side mode to the normal game. The normal game is more like level based, just a specific level with specific enemy patterns or whatever. So you definitely, this isn't the whole thing, of course. It's just like when you're done with that, this is definitely like the next level of challenge to take on. Now they've added a second campaign, but I haven't, or like a remix campaign, but I haven't looked at that one yet. I've been kind of pretty focused on trying to get farther. I want to get past level 30, or 31 now is my highest. We just reached 31 tonight. So I was happy about that. But then the leaderboard didn't take it, which just pisses me off. Hey, I got the VOD to prove it, right? That's all like. It was a super fun game though. It's on Switch, it's on PC, PS4. Yeah, it's on PS4. It might be on some other stuff too. Very good game though. It's one of the best shoot 'em ups I've ever played. I always come back to this game for some reason. Just good. I like it. It's a little weird because your battery meter is your real life meter, and it drains all the time, and you've got to kill so many enemies to get another battery to drop. If the battery discharges, even if you're at full health, you're dead. If you die, you can revive, but it sucks out more of the battery to revive. So it's really a timer-based game. And at first I didn't like that, but it became very clear how genius that decision was. I was initially turned off by that idea, but it's actually really nice. I really like the way that they did that. Now, taking damage again still counts, because if you get a knockdown, I guess is what they call it, I think your battery drains faster while you're knocked down, and you lose all your power-ups at that point, so you kind of gotta start over in a way to like get your power back up, and that can cause you to generate batteries slower, obviously, because you're not doing, there you go, there was a knockdown. Obviously, you're not killing things as fast, so the batteries don't pop out as fast. And so you potentially won't be able to get enough batteries to maintain your time, and then that's it, game over. But it's a very nice way, because you can build yourself back up. If you just go fucking Ultra Instinct and go crazy, like you can really build yourself back up and kind of pull your L out of the gutter and make it a W. This game is like over $104 on Switch. Wait, what? $104? Oh, you must be in a different country then. What currency are you talking about? I'll say it should only be like 30 or something in US dollars. US? Wait, what? 104? What are you talking about? Oh, on eBay. Oh, you know why? There's only the physical was a limited release. That's it. It's mostly a digital game, but they did a very limited release on the physical. I actually got one when it came out. I got that shit quick because they sold out immediately on that. Like, it wasn't even funny. They actually had to do a reprint because it went so fast. But yeah, a physical copy, you can't. They're not selling those ones anymore, so I can see that going for a bit more. But you can get it digitally, of course. So you're not screwed. Yeah, that makes sense now. Yeah, so I was talking about the game design for the game I work on. Pocket Fighter EX. We do that tomorrow on Monday. We go through development stuff. I mean, we tried adding a new mechanic to one of the characters, so they felt lacking.
Firepower.
They needed something else. And so we want to, and I was talking about, making compromises with players for what they want versus what the game really needs. And we ended up
Battery here.
concluding that the feint attacks for Terry Bogard were not a good fit for the game, at least in the way that they work.
Accelerate.
But we bore another idea out
Over
of it,
here.
that maybe we could do it on specific moves where it would be super useful. So only in those certain cases where they would be additionally useful, right? And that bore the idea to have a more useful version of the feint happen when you do power charge.
Shut down.
So when you do power charge, you just cancel it, period. Just cancel it completely. And then you can just do whatever you want after. You could literally just follow it up with any attack at that point instead of just like power dunk or whatever. And then there was the ability to use Crack Shoot, his little wheel kick move, after the power charge. And part of that was to kind of fulfill the fact that I felt that power charge needed a little bit of a boost in terms of utility. And so that was just an ability he could just always use. So the compromise that I made was, we'll give you the cancel on power charge, and you can do anything with it. Not just Crack Shoot, you can do anything with it. You can link it into anything. Complete total control. But I'm going to take Crack Shoot away from the normal
Over here.
non-powered up character. So before you go into the power state, you can't use Crack Shoot like you used to.
Firepower.
And so that was the compromise. I'm gonna give you a better tool to play with for when you are in max mode. But I'm going to scale back the usage of it when you're not. And we turn the feint into a different ability.
Battery here.
That's an example, I think a successful example of what you can do to compromise with your players instead of being standoffish with them.
Lining him up, knocking him down.
And being in the live stream format really helps facilitate that, because people can just pop in and be like, oh, well, maybe if you try this, or maybe if you try that, or I like that part, I wish you would keep that part, and then you can say, okay, this is what people like about this idea, and this other thing people are not really mentioning, so that part's not as important to people, and you could make better decisions doing that kind of thing. I think, and I see other developers struggle with this. I actually have chats with developers, like in dev discords and stuff, about like feedback that they receive from the game, and some of them get like really mad at some of the feedback they get, especially on Twitter. It's Twitter. Anybody can pop in and say whatever they want about it. But I think the important part for them to remember is, one, they bothered to say something about it at all. And sure, you might get the rando here and there that's like, well, your game looks like shit, or whatever. You're always gonna get like a troll comment like that. But in general, people won't comment. Not getting a comment is worse than getting a comment. Not getting a comment is worse than getting a negative comment. Take it one step further there. The fact that they commented at all means that they felt something when they looked at it. For whatever reason, they felt compelled to leave a comment. Whether it was positive, negative, neutral, or, it's hard to tell, because sometimes tone, can't really be inferred on, like, Twitter. It's not exactly the most easy platform to communicate on, right? So I get a lot of devs that I talk to that are like super bummed about the comments they get, and I'm like, here's the thing though, these comments will tell you stuff if you listen to what's being said and look beyond what they're saying and think about why they're saying the things they are and what it might mean. Because remember, there's two traps devs fall into. One, devs and players don't have the same vocabulary. Devs are very much more scientific with and specific with the kind of feedback that they would give. They would say, oh, this texture here doesn't work right because of XYZ or whatever in here. And then someone else also looking at it be like, that looks weird, I don't like it. And they're really talking about the same thing, it's just the player doesn't have the vocabulary to articulate exactly what they mean. So you kind of have to think along with them to say, okay, why are they saying what they're saying? And, you know, it might come off as like, oh, they're shitting on your game when they say something like, I don't like XYZ. But it can still be very helpful feedback if you just listen and think about why they're saying what they're saying and what they're trying to say. There's always something behind it, right? There's always a reason that they left that comment. You have to figure out what that reason is and respond to it accordingly. And, you know, you don't have to necessarily take the feedback. Maybe it's just part of your art style and you like it and they just don't like it, and that's fine. It's whatever. But it doesn't mean that their comment is invalid. It doesn't mean that what they said is wrong. And it's egotistical to present it otherwise. Be like, oh, well, I get this one a lot, and this one really pisses me off. Like, I'm not going to take feedback from anybody who's not a developer, and it's like, okay, well, your game's gonna suck then. If developers and players have very different goals in mind and very different ways of thinking about games. If you make a game and only take developer feedback, only developers are probably going to like playing your game. And players may be completely lost trying to play your game. Because it probably means you're not thinking about how the player feels or thinks about how playing your game works. And if that's the case, then chances are you're not going to make a game that's going to be very intuitive for a player to understand, and then they're not going to like to play it, and, you know, it cascades from there. It's very, very common for that to happen, unfortunately, especially in the indie game space. There's a lot of ego at play, it feels like, where they just don't want to entertain any feedback. They like developer feedback, I think, because in a way they can use the developer's status to make themselves feel better. So an example of this is like, okay, a well-known developer came to my game and he said this part wasn't any good and that I need to change it. And I think it just makes it easier for them to swallow that, where they're like, okay, you know, I didn't like the fact that he didn't agree with everything about my game, but, you know, he's got rank on me, so I guess I can accept that. I feel like that's unfortunately the mentality that goes into this. And it's not, it doesn't make it any better for sure. I don't think that's not the way to go at all, and it's definitely a shallow reason. It's almost like you're begrudgingly taking it only because that person has some imaginary higher credential level than you. And it's not the right reason to change your thing. But I see that all the time, though. It's like, I'll only take you know, feedback from developers, and then if I try to give them feedback, they won't take it, because it's like, oh, well, you know, you've only worked on like a fan game, so like nothing you have to say is credible or something. You know, it's like, okay, that's cool. I mean, you can think that if you want. I mean, I've done more games than fan games. I just happen to be that's the big one I'm working on because I want to. But they'll like look down on that and they'll just be like, oh, well, I won't take your feedback because I think I'm a better dev or I'm a higher credential dev or whatever. It's like, okay, cool. Maybe you got your fancy indie award or whatever, but your game still sucks. Sorry. Like, it doesn't change the fact that your game kind of sucks. All right. So I don't know. I think people got way too much ego on them. when it comes to that shit. Especially the indies, like, holy shit, they get so up their own ass about this shit. Like, they're way more, they're way more in the weeds than like typical studio devs, I think. Like, it's just that attitude. And I see it all the time. It's like, every time they get a fucking Twitter post, they're like, oh my god, I can't believe that person said something about my game. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with it? And they're like, well, they're not even a developer. I'm like, okay. This is why your game is the way it is, because you don't listen to anybody.
Firepower extended.
You don't have to necessarily change your game for everybody's feedback.
Weapon max. Firepower
But it doesn't
extended.
mean that you should just write off somebody's feedback just because they don't have like a fucking PhD in game design, which is dumb anyway. I think degrees in game design are practically useless, but that's a whole other story. And there's merit to, like, you know, I just want my game to be XYZ, and you know, it's what I'm doing. That's how I want the experience to be, and whatever, and that's cool. If you're gonna do that, at least communicate that, I think, to a degree. Or if you get feedback, don't get mad at it. Just fucking ignore it. Like, I don't know, when you get really mad at feedback, it just makes you look like an asshole. And unfortunately, chances are you are an asshole if that's your reaction to someone talking about your game. Like, they felt something enough to even comment on it. You know, whether it's good, bad, neutral, or whatever mix you perceive it to be, kind of doesn't matter. You know, whatever it was, you made a piece of art that somebody felt something about, and it's getting mad about that's stupid.
Shut down.
You know, maybe think about why they felt the way they felt when they saw it or played it or whatever their experience with it was, and then you can figure stuff out like that. You can find out things that aren't working or things that worked really well, and then you can think more about, you know, how can we utilize this in the future, or, you know, you can find out what works and what doesn't work. Things people are very interested in. See, the other thing is it's not always just what they commented about. It's what was the subject that they commented on. Are you getting a lot of people talking about the art direction? Well, that tells you that your strength in this project was art direction. For better or worse, right? It was the thing that got people thinking about it the most, was the thing that the people were talking about the most. You can always glean some sort of information out of any comment.
Battery over here.
You get a bunch of people dunking on your art, well, then clearly they're very interested in the art aspect of the game. Or you could look at it this way, in reverse, they liked everything else, they just didn't like the art. But instead of getting down on it,
You're not going to stop me.
take the inference that there was no other problem. Everybody's talking about how the art sucks. Well, nobody's saying that your gameplay sucks, right? So there you can infer things that aren't being said based on what is and isn't being said. No one's talking about the gameplay. Okay, well then that means they're okay with that. That was fine. There was no problem with the gameplay. They just don't like the art. You know, and if that's your overwhelming, you know, bunch of comments, then you could actually construe that as a positive comment on everything else. That everybody likes everything else about the game, but they won't talk about it because it doesn't stand out enough for them to talk about it. They're just going to talk about the thing that they don't like. You can take silence as passive approval, I guess is the short explanation here. When people don't talk about something, it's a passive approval. It means they liked it enough that they didn't feel they needed to comment on it. They just wanted to focus on the thing that they felt needed improvement. But if they're only talking about things that they think needed improvement and the gameplay doesn't come up, well, that means the gameplay didn't need improvement. They liked it. It was fine. Even if they don't talk about it. You're only going to get people talking about a positive trait if it's exceptional in some way.
Shut down.
But you're not always going to get that. Or if it's a hidden thing. a thing that they don't think about until it's bad. There's a lot of things like that too. And gameplay is typically one of those. You don't typically hear, it depends on the game, right? But a lot of times you won't hear about good aspects of it. Like say, like pacing. No one talks about pacing in games. You know, devs do, obviously, because devs talk about lots of specific minutia, but like a lot of players don't talk so much about pacing. But if they're not complaining about it, it means it was fine. At least in their eyes. It's one of those hidden things, where like control schemes. Nobody says like, the control scheme was great. The control scheme was so comfortable. I didn't have as much hand strain playing this game as I did a similar game of the same caliber. Nobody talks about that because no one thinks about that on the player level. I'll think about that because I'm a dev. But no one's gonna like praise you for having a good control scheme. They're just gonna be happy playing the game and they don't know why. They don't have the awareness typically to, by they I mean players don't have the awareness typically to know that something was wrong in the first place. It's so good that you don't think about it. You know, that kind of stuff. And no one will ever like praise you on it. They'll just not talk bad about the controls in the game. You know, that's the kind of, that's what I mean by you have to kind of infer based on what people are and are not talking about as to what exactly that feedback means. Oh shit, yeah, I'm dead. It's, I don't know, you just gotta look at it a different perspective, I guess. I think devs get like tunnel vision about shit like that, and then they're like, no one praised this thing that I slaved hours of my life on. And it's like, yeah, they're not going to, because they don't know it exists. Like, they legitimately don't even know it's a thing. They just know when it's bad, that it feels bad. They don't know why it feels good. And they're not going to come over and give you ass pats about it. You're just going to have to infer that if no one's talking about it, that you did a good job with it. You know, very rarely are you going to get anybody that's going to comment on specific things like that. Like all the little things that I did to do intuitive like controls for Pocket Fighter EX. No one really comments. I've actually gotten, like I was saying before, I actually gotten comments about the result of it, but no one knows why it feels good to play. They just know it does feel good to play. And there's several reasons for that, between smart button layout and, you know, giving, how do I want to put it? Time freezing when you activate max mode, even in a combo. KOF games never did that until 15. The new one that's coming out, it's the first one that's ever done that. But time freezes during power-up state changes are very important for the player to feel like the game is playable. Typically, once you hit those two buttons, it's hard to realign your hand to get the next move out that you want to do without there being a freeze in time. There's also other benefits to having the time freeze. I think that's why some devs actually avoid it, is because they feel like maybe it's cheating or it's too advantageous, but there's ways to mitigate that. But what it does, that players don't think about, they just know it feels good, is because it gives them a mental break. It gives them a second to blink and to plan and to think and prepare. So you finally landed that combo that you wanted and you entered max mode, which will allow you to extend that combo that you just did. But instead of having to input the next input at lightning speed, you get like a half second of like him doing the power up animation, and it looks cool. You know, that's number one, it looks cool, right? It kind of gives that anime vibe of like, oh shit, we're powering up now, let's fucking go. But importantly to the gameplay, it gives you a mental break to like reset and to rethink about what the hell's going on in the moment and prepare your next course of action. And that feels so good to the player. The players love that. They don't know it's there. They don't think about it. They don't have the awareness necessarily. I mean, some players will. But the average player is not going to have the awareness as to why that's happening or why it's there. They just know that it's good that it's there and they like when it's there. Or they may not even notice it. They just know it feels good whenever I do a max thing. I feel like I can actually do something when I enter max mode. And that's where that comment on Game Jolt essentially came from. I can play your game. I like your game. I can play it.
Accelerate.
You know, the inference is there is that they have trouble playing other fighting games for whatever reason.
Firepower.
And I'm willing to bet all the intuitive control changes are part of that.
Accelerate extended. Weapon max.
Let's see. Trying to read chat while playing this game is impossible. Let's see. I saw your comment a little bit ago, Pup. Well, let me actually read it here. No, I do. Using a keyboard and the main actions are not in the reach of the right hand, and WASD is something I would take into consideration. Yeah, that's a big thing. Yeah, and we were talking about this earlier, which I think was before you popped in, that in King of Fighters, in order to enter max mode, you have to press on a PlayStation controller, mind you, and that's where most people play. I think it was PS4 exclusive for a long time, right? So you imagine most people are going to play with a PlayStation controller. So, like, okay, cool. To enter max mode, you have to press triangle and X at the same time. Who the fuck can do that without, like, claw gripping the fucking controller? Who's gonna do that? Yeah, okay, you can set a macro for it, sure. But I'm not even sure if those are on by default. You might have to actually do that manually to know enough to think about it. Most players would just not use it. They'd be like, oh, it's too hard. Or they'll hit all 4 buttons instead. Like, I could definitely see that happening. They'll just hit all 4 buttons and hope to pray that it actually happens. And I know that because I used to do that. I was like, fuck, I can't hit that. I'll just hit all 4 of the buttons and figure out, and it works sometimes, so it's good enough, right? You know, that's kind of the problem with that. So when I thought about max mode, right? I was like, I'm gonna make it heavy punch and heavy kick, because on the default control scheme, heavy punch and heavy kick are right next to each other. They are triangle and circle, which is super easy to hit both of those buttons with one thumb. You don't have to do any special maneuver. You just hit them and you're done. And most people can do that. Give them like a few frames so that they can hit them. They don't have to hit them on the same frame. Give them a leniency of a few frames and make sure the buttons are right next to each other. So right now in the current version, development version of the game, not the one that's on Game Jolt, I changed the grab command because I was getting a lot of issues overlapped with rolling. Wasn't responding quite as well as I wanted it to. There we go. Hold on, let me get rid of this guy. I'm gonna get killed here if I'm talking well. There we go. Okay. So I changed it so that each 2-button combination move is a straight line on the controller. So we're thinking in terms of PlayStation, right? I'm pretty sure everybody should be familiar with that. Triangle and circle are max mode. Square and triangle. Oh, there we go. Square and triangle are grab now in the current version. X and circle are grab as well. You can do either one. They're also used for EX attacks. All EX attacks use triangle and square or X and circle. They're all straight lines on the controller. You don't have to cross the axis to get it. And then your rolling now is square, and X. So you don't have to cross your fingers across the face buttons to get any combination. They're all in a straight line, and they're all very easy to hit, and they all have like a 3-frame tolerance to them, so that if you hit them slightly differently, you know, if you hit punch in one frame and kick in the other, it won't just give you the punch. It'll give you the max mode or the roll or whatever it happens to be that you're trying to do. And all that makes it very intuitive to play. You don't have to worry about playing fucking on a DDR pad doing gymnastics to enter into a basic mode of the combat. You know, I mean, motion controls are one thing, but to do basic things that all the characters can do, like, you don't want that to be complicated. They won't want to play your game, or they'll only play part of your game. They'll be like, okay, max mode is like really hard to do, and I can never remember what to do and how to get to it, so I'm just not going to use it. And that's absolutely what happens in a lot of cases. And I've fallen into that too. I can't remember. The controls are so convoluted, I don't remember how to do X, Y, Z. So I hit all 4 buttons and hope it happens, because I don't remember what it is. Or some stupid combination where I have to go and set a macro for, and I get really mad about that too. I feel like if you have to set macros in the game, then your controls aren't intuitive. It's just an unfortunate truth. I would, of course, want to add that, and I'm in the process of allowing that to be added, but because some people will just want it anyway. It could be even an accessibility thing. Maybe it's really hard for them. Maybe they have hand pain and it's really hard to hit all the buttons on the face. And it would be really cool if you just gave them a macro and whatever. And that's perfectly valid. You do want to do that. But it should never be a necessary component of the game, I think. If your default control scheme requires somebody to input a macro, then you did not build that game for that controller. And if that controller is the controller that comes with the console, then you fucked up.
Shut down. Battery over here.
You just did. And it's either... There's 2 reasons for it. It either comes down to ego. You should be playing this on a specific arcade controller, because that's the way the game is. It's like, okay, yeah, well, like 2% of the fucking players actually have that. So,
Battery up.
like,
Firepower.
good job making your game unplayable for everyone else. Or it's just they don't give a fuck. They just don't give a fuck enough to care about designing their game properly. It really kind of boils down to that, unfortunately. You know, if you can't design the game for the system it's on, especially if it's an exclusive, like, there's either malice in there or something. Like, something's fucked up, man. Something's not right. And I'll unfortunately throw SNK under the bus for that. I don't think that they do not design their games for the consoles they release on. They design their games for a fucking arcade machine that hasn't been seen since 2003. You know, I'm sure all the devs have their own fucking custom-made arcade stick that they're using to play this fucking game like it was back in the 80s or something. I should say that, because King of Fighters was more of a 1990s game. But still, you know what I mean, right? Like, they're so stuck in the old days that they're refusing to build the game for a modern control pad. And there's something inherently really wrong with that. I think there's no reason to do that. But players are adaptable. You don't have to play like you're playing on hardware from the fucking Stone Age. And specifically what I mean is the old Neo Geo layout, which has gone way out of style now. They have 4 buttons that are in a row. It doesn't work like Street Fighter. Those King of Fighters games in the arcade, very different controls. And not from the game's side, but from the physical hardware side. I think I'm dead. I don't think I'm gonna get it. Nope, I'm dead. Like, you see the control scheme is just 4 buttons in a row. They don't have like a punch and kick row. They don't have 2 rows of buttons. They just got 4 buttons in 1 row. And then it was light punch, light kick, heavy punch, heavy kick, in that order from left to right. Very weird. So if you played Street Fighter, and you sat down to a Neo Geo arcade cabinet, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? And it would be really hard to play. But the devs never got out of that mentality. And guess what? That's why the max mode is triangle and X at the same time. So you think about how that maps out to a PlayStation. I wish I had like a paint program up, it'd be easier to explain this. But think about this. On a PlayStation controller, square is light punch, X is light kick, triangle is heavy punch, and circle is heavy kick, right? So get that in your mind. If they were in a straight row, light punch, light kick, heavy kick, it would be really easy to press light kick and heavy punch together on a Neo Geo arcade cabinet because there's the two middle buttons. When you think about all those games on a Neo Geo arcade cabinet, they're actually relatively intuitive controls. A and B together, the first two buttons, because they labeled there as A, B, C, D in order. A and B, the first two buttons, that's light punch, light kick, does roll. The next two buttons, light kick and heavy punch, the two middle buttons of the four in a row, that's your max mode. And the last one, if you played King of Fighters, you know the heavy punch, heavy kick is your blowback attack. But think about that. All of those are very intuitive controls for that specific control scheme. They're just a series of two buttons that are next to each other. But when you translate that to a PlayStation controller, or even a Street Fighter style fight stick, that gets really weird. And they're just so entrenched in the history and the legacy of it that that's my assumption. That would be the most likely thing. They just don't want to change tradition. They're still playing on those old arcade sticks. They probably made some themselves, or they're using an adapter for one they've got off like the old Neo Geo consoles or something. And they don't want to change tradition for the 99% of players that aren't playing on that pad or on that control scheme. And I understand it, but I don't agree with it. I think that that's short-sighted to their entire fan base. That's something that should change. And that's why I changed it in mine. But they won't feel that way, I guess. Legacy is a big thing for Japanese developers, so they don't change very easily. You might notice that when you watch the decisions they make. But that's the big thing. I think you should change with the times, though. If more people are playing on pad, you have to at least think about them playing on pad. You can play Pocket Fighter EX almost like the old Street Fighter arcade games, and you can play it on pad just fine. I made sure of it. I test with everything. I test with keyboard, I test with control, gamepad control, and I test with an arcade stick. All three of them. Usually when I make a change, I'll test it with all three. And that's to kind of keep myself in that zone of keeping that perspective of, oh, this works out really good on the arcade stick, which is what I would prefer to play it on. But then when I go to play it on pad, I'm like, oh, this does not work at all. This is very weird, very convoluted. And so that I'll change it. I won't leave it that way. That's just it. I think that's the right way to go. And if you want to be stubborn about it, and it's not even change with the times kind of thing, but it's consider your player base. Just have respect for and consider your player base. You don't have to agree with everything that they think, but just don't dismiss them and try to think about how their experience is going to be, even if that experience runs counter to what you would normally think about. I would always play with an arcade stick. I wouldn't play with pad when I play my own game, but I know most people are going to play with pad. So it's my duty as a designer to accept that fact and to work with that and not buck against it. If 90% of my players are going to be playing pad, you better believe I better be testing with pad and thinking about that and making sure their experience is going to be just as enjoyable as the arcade stick. and there's no wonky shit that they're gonna have to run into. Because chances are, anything you can do on a pad, the arcade stick can also do very easily. And there's not a lot of weird things that the pad can do that the arcade stick can't do. I mean, like outside of analog control, right? If there is a specific combination of buttons on the gamepad that are nice and intuitive to press, you can press those way more intuitively on a arcade stick. So it's kind of like the next level above. In some ways, it is true, not in every way, but in some ways it is true that whatever you do to design the game to play on pad very easily, or play better on pad, or more intuitively on pad, will automatically transition to a Street Fighter style arcade layout, and you won't have to worry about it. Like, why would you? You can pretty much press the weird King of Fighters max mode activation on an Street Fighter style arcade stick, and it's not that weird. It's a little strange, but it's not that weird. It's very easy to do if you get used to it, because your hand is floating over the arcade stick. You can rotate your hand and put your fingers in any combination of keys that you want, and they're usually not all that strange. Even if it's something like Street Fighter Alpha 2. In order to get into custom combo mode, you have to hold all 3 of either punches and then 1 kick, or all 3 kicks and then 1 punch. And it sounds really weird. If you did that on a gamepad, you did that on pad, that's fucking weird. That's strange. Like, it's a really weird, like, what would you have to do? You'd have to press, what, X and circle and R2, and then also press one of square, triangle, and R1? Like what the fuck? Like, that's weird, right? But on a gamepad, or on an arcade stick, it's like super easy to do that, because you know your hand can change its formation to whatever buttons you want to press. So dev for pad first. The rule of thumb: dev for pad first, because that's what everybody's going to use for the most part, and then just make sure it will usually translate automatically up to an arcade stick, you know, without any trouble, unless you do an analog. Oh, yeah. I press the analog, and of course the switch comes back to life here. Analog control versus 8-way arcade stick control. You probably have a really hard time reconciling that kind of difference. But if it's just a game that would use like a D-pad and buttons, 90% of everything you're going to do is going to translate to the arcade stick automatically. But it will not translate the other way around. So build for pad first, arcade stick will naturally follow. That's my process, really. I think about how is it going to affect stick players, or pad players, and then it pretty much naturally just follows to an arcade stick format. So that's my tip, I guess. My hot dev tip. Anyway, I think we've reached. It's 1:30 in the morning now. I think we've reached the end of this. I livened up a little bit, getting angry about talking about shit. Scolding all the developers in the world like I know any better. I know in the RPG realm, there's a bit of hubris on my end, where it's just like, there's just some stuff RPGs do that I don't like, and that's fine that other people like them. But I do really think the genre decided to take a shit on all its advances in the late 90s and double down on it. But good stream though. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So tomorrow we'll be here for Pocket Fighter EX. So I'm actually developing a game. You can see all the shit talk that I do gets put into practice on those days, right? So that's good. Come on back for that. That starts at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then the Retro Mansion game is kind of like a platform, kind of sort of Metroidvania game that I'm working on too. So come on back for that on Thursday. That's the most of it. We do have a Discord. Oh no, I'm gonna have to type this in 2 chats. The Odyssey chat is not hooked up to the bot yet. They don't. Oh, it would be nice if I spelled Discord correctly. There we go. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy and paste it into the Odyssey chat. And the chat bot doesn't go to the other Odyssey chat yet. I use Restream to stream on multiple platforms, but they don't have an official integration into Odyssey, so I do that one manually. I manually set that one up. But I think that's cool. I like Odyssey. It's really neat. So they still don't have an API. They have some kind of API where you can build your own bot, right? But I haven't gone and done that yet. Number one, because I just feel like I don't have time to like go through all that. But they have like their own built-in bot, right? And that one kind of, whatever platforms they officially support, it relays chat messages and it gives you the macros and all that stuff, and it's really neat. But if it doesn't support it, then you just don't have it, right? I mean, I could probably make something to interface with it, but that would take a long time. I just don't feel like I have the time to do that, and it sucks because I started to have my own chat bot, but like every time a platform changed, I'd have to spend like a week trying to fix it and like hook it up to the new platform, and it just became such a thing. It like collapsed in on itself. It became too complicated. So I feel like I just don't have the time to upkeep on that, which is unfortunate. I feel like I'm wussing out on that, but it really is kind of a what do I want to work on? Do I want to work on games, or do I want to work on chatbots for the rest of my life? Like, I want to get so many hours in a day, and it kind of comes down to I'd rather be doing the game stuff anyway, and I'd rather be getting that out faster for people than to spend like a month building a chatbot and not making any progress on it. I don't know if that's the right answer, but that's the answer I always intuitively come to. So I feel like on some level that I'm wussing out on it, but on the other level I feel like, I don't know, like would people rather have the chatbot, or would they rather have my game on time? I don't know. And okay, I don't want to use the word on time, but sooner than that would be otherwise, because no game comes out on time. That's the developer hubris right there, right? Yeah, my game coming out on time. No, bitch, your game never comes out on time. Nobody's does, and don't even pretend like you think that it's going to. There you go. So I don't know, maybe one day I'll think about it. I have gotten a lot better at C#, so maybe there's a way to get it to work. I don't know. Anyway, all that aside, if you really enjoyed what you saw here and you want to support me in my personal efforts in game dev and streaming and all that stuff and ranting about developers and development, we do have a Patreon. I put the link in chat. You can get advanced builds of the stuff that I'm working on. You know, I pay fees for Photoshop. I pay fees to have the streaming on multiple platforms. It's a bit of an expensive upkeep, so every little bit helps. We got a Discord. We pump that up with Nitro bucks. So it all goes towards that kind of stuff. Helps me spend a little more time doing development and doing streaming and all that. So it really helps out. So much appreciated if you check that out. And I have shout outs of the patrons to give. So we got Alex Smith, Mugen, Angel, Wakened Emperor, Bryce Nugglingam, Cameron Weil, Garen Johnson, Mike Cruz, Taryn Williams, Variant X07360, Alex D, Ben K, D Money 107, LD Walker, Miles Griffin, Omega Kyo, and AJ. Thank you guys very, very much. Very proud to say that there's a lot of repeat names. I really appreciate that you guys stick with me. It really does. It helps out quite a lot. So I'm very happy you guys believe in me enough to keep in there. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll see you guys tomorrow or later today, depending on where you are in the world. So that was fun. And I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Have a good night. And scrub out.
And I'm moving on so slow. Whoa. I'm just a little android, and I'm laying